All right, good evening, everyone. We will start the Tuesday, June 11th meeting of the Garden Grove City Council. Madam Clerk, would you like to call roll?
Councilmember, excuse me, Councilmember Brigham.
Here.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Here.
Councilmember Tu Ha Nguyen.
Here.
Councilmember Bowie.
Yeah.
Councilmember Klopfenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kim Nguyen.
Here.
And Mayor Jones.
Here. We'll start with the invocation by Maria Stipe, and then I'd like to ask Councilmember George Brigham to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. If everybody could please stand and prepare yourselves according to your faith. Dear Lord, we ask for your guidance as we meet this evening to conduct the business for our city. Please help us to keep in mind we are here to serve the people and enable us to make our decisions so that we may do what is best for all of the citizens of Garden Grove. Lord, grant that in serving our community, we may also honor you. Amen.
Please face the flag, hand over heart, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we'll go on to presentations. We do have a couple, so starting with 1A is a community spotlight in recognition of Bill Catlin and Elvira Ramirez as the 2019 Strawberry Ball King and Queen and Senior Volunteer Man and Woman of the Year.
Okay,
Let
this
me-
evening,
Oops.
the Garden Grove City Council is very proud to recognize two special individuals who have enhanced the Garden Grove community with their spirit of service. They are the 2019 Strawberry Ball King and Queen, the Senior Volunteer Man and Woman of the Year. Would Bill Catlin and Vera Ramirez please come forward? And kind of stand up here. Is Bill Catlin here? No. Oh, okay.
It's not here.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll just have Vera here this evening, and Bill was unable to join us. So, Vera, you can just kind of stand in the front, and we'll give a little bio for you. So Bill Catlin was born in Burbank, California. He's been a resident of Garden Grove for the past 61 years and a community volunteer for over 50 years. Every year, Bill has devoted more than 100 hours to the Garden Grove Strawberry Festival Association and over 50 hours to the Garden Grove Elks Lodge. As an active volunteer, he received the Garden Grove Elks Lodge Citizen of the Year in 2002 and the Garden Grove Chamber of Commerce Man of the Year Award in 2007. The Cypress College Americana Award Citizen of the Year in 2014 and the Garden Grove Elks Lodge Morrison Award in 2018. Bill also served as the Garden Grove Elks Lodge Chairman and the board in 2006 and the Garden Grove Strawberry Festival Association President in 2008. Vera Ramirez, who is with us, was born in Santa Ana, California. She's been a resident of Garden Grove for the past 35 years. Vera has dedicated over 2,000 hours of volunteer service to the H. Lewis Lake Senior Center during the past 13 years, providing exceptional customer service to the Garden Grove senior community. Her goal is to volunteer as long as there is need. So I think you'll be volunteering a while. As an active volunteer, Vera received the Garden Grove Chamber of Commerce Women's Division Silver Spoon Award in 2018. She's also a member of the Council on Aging Southern California, the Garden Grove Elks Lodge, Garden Grove Senior Serve, Women's Civic Club of Garden Grove, and Second Baptist Church. At this time, the mayor and city council would like to present Vera Ramirez with a resolution in recognition of both Bill and Vera's selection as the 2019 Strawberry Ball King and Queen and the Senior Volunteer Man and Woman of the Year. Congratulations.
Hang tight 1 second. We got to take care of some business. So I want to move forward item 3A from the consent calendar to approve the resolution. I'd like to make a motion that we do that.
Second.
Call the vote.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Got it.
Thank you.
I didn't mean to say it like that. No, just thank you, everybody, and of course, thank Dana at the H. Lewis Senior Center.
Yeah, okay, then we'll go on to item 1B, the public safety update.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of council, I'm going to ask Police Chief DeRay and Acting Fire Chief McGovern to come forward. And we always like to give a little brief update to the council. Each year, we're about a month out of the 4th of July festivities, and they're going to give us a little update on some of their enforcement and planning activities related to fireworks and everything else coming up. So I'm turning it over to them.
Thank you, Mr. Stiles. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is T.J. McGovern, Acting Fire Chief at the Fire Department. And what myself and Chief DeRay are going to do, we're going to give you guys a public safety update of the holiday that's coming up, July 4th. We're going to talk about some proactive measures we're doing and then what we're going to be doing the day of the 4th of July. Okay, so starting with some proactive measures that we're going to be doing. Currently, we have our fire investigators already looking at social media, looking for any illegal fireworks that are being sold online and a couple of the platforms out there. So they've been doing that for about a month and a half now, and keeping an eye out, see if there's any illegal sales going on. So some of the fireworks stands we have is our fire prevention staff and the Building and Safety Division. They'll be inspecting the approved fireworks stands. So this year we have 37 approved fireworks stands. Last year we had 39, and in 17 we had 45. And starting on July 1st through the 4th, the fire engines will go out each day and inspect all the permitted stands that we have. Okay, block parties. So the permit cost did raise slightly to $136 and some change. We have 17 permitted block parties in the city, and that cost will cover a police officer and a fire prevention inspector that they can go inspect all those block parties to ensure safety. And the big thing here is the goal of the inspection is to ensure public safety access, so these streets aren't getting bombarded. We can't get the fire engines or the police officers in there if need be. And also we're going to educate the public on the repercussions of illegal use of fireworks. The deadline for the applications was on June 3rd. And more information can be found by contacting Community Services at 714-741-5200. So we've also done some supplemental staffing, and we do have our fire investigators. They'll be out with a police officer the night of July 4th. And also we do have a fire prevention specialist that'll be out that evening as well. Also, as far as the fire department goes, we're going to be doing some extra staffing. So our Grove Engine 4 is currently 3-person, and we're going to bump that up to 4-person. And our truck company, which is a 3-person truck, we're going to bump that up to a 4-person truck for that day as well. And I'm going to pause for a sec, give it to Chief DeRay, and he's going to talk about what the PD is going to be doing for that.
So the police department, on top of our daily staffing out in the field, we will be placing 2 supervisors out in the field with 32 officers, 2 community service officers, and 1 lieutenant who will oversee the entire operation.
Thank you. And some of the public education outreach that we're going to be doing, leading up to the July 4th, we're going to be doing press releases, get on social media, Facebook, Instagram. Our city website and fire and police department websites will be updated, and we do have a fireworks hotline established, and that number is 714-741-5270. So now I want to get into a couple general fireworks safety tips that everyone should remind themselves of. Do not light any fireworks near combustible vegetation. Soak all discharged fireworks in a bucket prior to disposing in a metal trash can. Keep trash cans away from combustible structures. Only discharge legal fireworks with the State of California Fire Marshal seal, and only adults should be lighting fireworks. Now, for the rest of the presentation, I'll be giving it to Chief DeRay.
So on the illegal firework use, only safe and sane fireworks are permitted during July 1st through July 4th. The discharge or possession of illegal fireworks will result in a $1,000 administrative citation. Use illegal fireworks and you will get a citation. Multiple citations can and will be issued. To talk about the enforcement, I know it's hard to read on here, but it shows you from 2016, 17, and 18, the citizen call for service, we actually decreased in 2018. The number of administrative citations that we issued last year were the top number that we have issued in the past 3 years. That was totaled at 71 for 2018, and in 2017, we issued 58 and 47 in 2016. The number of citations issued from citizen calls in 2018 were 25. In 2017, we had 11, and 16, we had 11. The majority of our citations are issued from self-initiated from the officers out in the field working this project, actually observing the violation and issuing the citation. We had 46 in 2018, we had 47 in 2017, and 36 in 2016. The number of Garden Grove residents cited, we actually increased in 2018 with 47 Garden Grove residents that were issued administrative citations. And in 2017, we had 35, and in 2016, we had 31. Non-Garden Grove residents that were cited was 24, which was kind of on par what we saw in 2017 at 23. In 2016, we issued 16 citations for that. Do not discharge fireworks in city parks. City parks will be closing at 5 p.m. City park sprinklers will be activated to prevent the ignition of grass and vegetation inside the park. We have had questions in the past in regards to use of drones to enforce firework ordinance. However, we do not have a drone policy at the Garden Grove Police Department. It's something that we are looking at, but to be quite honest with you, we feel that the use of a drone would take in multiple officers to operate those drones, since the actual use of the drone is somewhat limited in space. Additionally, we were asked this last year in regards to videotaping. So if a neighbor videotapes one of their neighbors lighting off illegal fireworks, yes, we can enforce that. What I would suggest is that you call the Garden Grove Police Department, let us respond. We'll actually look at the footage. With the new body cameras that we're wearing now, we can actually upload that video into our Axon cloud storage for immediate use. But we would take a report, and I think it's important for the citizens to know that you could be called to testify if that citation is contested. That's all I have. We're open for any questions.
Mr. Mayor? Go ahead. Yeah, I have a couple questions. One for the fire chief. Should have, and I've been asked a couple times, occasionally parents become aware of their teenager's stash of fireworks and they want to turn them in. Does the fire department accept, can the parents drop those off at the fire department?
Yeah, absolutely. They can drop that off at any fire station, the 7, and we're going to have a collection bin at Station 4 on the west end and Station 1 here. But if they go to the fire station, the firefighters will take responsibility and get it to one of those bins.
Okay, thank you. And the other two calls, I guess, for Chief DeRay. What kind of vehicle, will there be some unmarked vehicles out in the field for enforcement purposes?
They will be, but I don't want to get too involved into what our
Sure.
operation is consisting of. But yes, we will have some undercover vehicles out there.
And lastly, do we have a hot list? in the month preceding the 4th of July, we tend to get a few calls into communications regarding people lighting off illegal fireworks. Do we maintain a database of where those locations are coming? Because come 4th of July, there's a high preponderance, there's a high likelihood that they're going to be lighting them off on 4th of July if they were lighting them off the month prior, Do we have a program in place to target those locations to?
Well, we would track based on our Spillman CAD system. We would be able to track that anyway, so we could actually plot it out and see where the majority of calls are coming from. The problem is we can generally tell an area where it's coming from, but to really pinpoint who and when they're lighting the fireworks that's tough. I mean, because if we knew that, we would go out there, obviously confiscate the fireworks and issue the administrative citation.
Sure. My point being those times when you get the calls, but, maybe there's no follow-up potential, but that you're gotten repeat calls to that same location, might be a good place to focus on the night of the 4th.
Yeah, it could. And sometimes, look, I mean, we're dealing with a firework issue time. Sometimes backfires come out. So sometimes they're not fireworks, sometimes they are, but yeah, we could at least have an area where it's really concentrated. I know we do have a hot list for our operation, so we break ours down into sectors. So it's not like our normal patrol beat system. We do break it down into smaller areas where we put more officers inside those areas, and we do have certain districts in our city that are more prone to have illegal fireworks being ignited.
And my last thing is simply a comment of thanks, good job. I've noticed far less fireworks this year, illegal fireworks, at least in our district over there on District 1. I mean, we still have them obviously, but nowhere near as bad as last year or the previous year. So whatever you guys are doing, keep up the good work.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, that takes us on to oral communications. Carrie, do you have any other cards?
These are all
I
for
see
item 8A.
Okay. We're going to separate out the comments. So if you're here for item 8A, we'll take that when we get to that item so it's all relevant to that discussion. I do have, I believe, a couple other cards. Starting with Lan Nguyen. How are you, sir?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Lan Nguyen. I'm the president of the Board of Education of the Grand Unified School District. I'm here with Vice President Terry Rocco. We represent the board and the school district. First thing I want to, on this special occasion, I want to say thank you to the city very much for the collaboration and the partnership with our district for so many years. And I have said on many occasions that we serve the same residents, same constituency, same parents, students, and there's nothing more important than working together. And because of the collaboration and the partnership we have over so many years, and we feel very confident where we save that whenever we need city's help, especially police and other staff, you're always there. You're always there to help us, and we feel very confident that we're in good hands, we're in a good neighborhood, and I want to thank you very much for looking out for us, very much for that. We're grateful for your special help into the district because we share the same name. But it's also, I look forward to working with the city in the future, and today we're here to confirm the partnership again for especially on the school resource officer. That's very important and for us, and you can see, and now the city is stepping up to do more, and we want to also work together with the city so that let's see we can do more things going forward, and thank you very much, Mayor and City Council, and also the staff as well for working with us on so many issues over the years.
Thank you so much for being here and sharing those words. Frank De La Rosa. and Dana Saucedo. Is it going to be two different speakers? Are you coming together?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm Fred De La Rosa, Garden Grove League President.
Dana Salcido, the Garden Grove Employee Association President. So on behalf of both the league and the GGCEA, we just wanted to thank you for working with us, and we also wanted to let you know that our members are appreciative. So we look forward to what the next 3 year brings with our contract.
Thank you. Tom Raber.
I'll wait until 8:08.
Okay. Dale Softner. Well, here.
Mayor, Council, I wanted to say thank you to the chief and to the fire department and to Scott for getting it involved in the 4th of July. I think everybody knows it's a special issue to me. It's 22 days. Last year, I read from the report from the meeting that there was going to be new ideas. I haven't seen any new ideas. I'm looking forward to the council maybe was talking about raising the fines. That hasn't been done. So, but I'm appreciative that the police Chief DeRay is on top of this, and looking forward to after the 4th if there's going to be a report on how things went and where we stand. So, thank you.
Thank you. That's all the cards I have under oral. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on an item not listed on the agenda? Okay, seeing none, we will close oral communications and we will recess to successor agency. Madam Clerk, would you like to call roll?
Member Bridegham,
Here.
Member O'Neill,
Here.
Member Tu-Ha Nguyen,
Here.
Member Klopfenstein.
Here.
Member Kim Nguyen,
Here.
and Vice Chair Bowie,
Here.
and Chair Jones.
Okay, we have consent items, just the receive and follow the minutes. Do I have a motion?
I move the motion.
Second.
Call the vote.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Okay, any matters from agency members? Okay, seeing none, we will adjourn back to City Council, and we're going to take a quick break to go eat some cake for Mayor Pro Tem Stephanie Klopfenstein's birthday celebration.
Do we want to do 6/8 or do we want to?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, good call, Scott. We're going to do one more item since we're doing everything out of order tonight. Is this 6B, right? I'd like to pull forward item 6B under items for consideration. This is the approval of a cooperative agreement with the Garden Grove Unified School District to establish an enhanced school resource officer partnership program.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of council, I'm going to ask Captain Leyva and to give a brief report on this, but before that, just a couple brief remarks. Really kind of an idea that germinated. Got to give a lot of credit to former Chief Elgin, working in cooperation with Chief DeRay. We had started to have some conversations about the state of our school resource officer program. One of the things that we knew is we currently had 4 school resource officers that were basically special officers or reserve officers. They weren't full-time sworn police officers. And then to complicate matters a little more, 2 of those special officers retired, left us with just 2 officers, and there was really a feeling that we really needed to make the program a lot more robust and to really make it effective with the school district. So then we started talking to Dr. Gabriella Maffei at the school district, talking to them about some of the ideas we had. It was the feeling of the chief that really to have a real effective department, if we could have 5 full-time police officers trained as school resource officers, fully sworn police officers who would work in each one of our high schools, and then from there work down through the feeder schools of each high school, the intermediate, the elementary schools, we felt could have a great impact. The officers, of course, would work on being role models with our students, working on safety concerns within the schools, working with our teachers and our administrators on just safety on the campus, communicating with parents and educators. We thought we could really make a difference. Really great conversations and discussion with Dr. Mafi and her staff. And I think coming out of that, we both agreed that it would make some sense for Dr. Mafi and I to each begin talking to our bosses with the Board of Education and the council members. And I know we've had some good conversations with all of you, and I know Dr. Mafi has had good conversations with her board. And so we're going to present we're going to give you a short report today that talks a little bit about the program. It's really an innovative program where the Unified School District partners with the city of Garden Grove and kind of we're moving forward. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Captain Leyva.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, tonight the City Council is being asked to approve an agreement with the Garden Grove Unified School District to establish an enhanced school resource officer program. The existing school resource officer, SRO, program was comprised of 4 special officers. Special officers, as Mr. Stiles stated, are not full-time sworn police officers. They are the equivalent of reserve police officers. There are currently 2 special officers in the unit, as the other 2 recently retired. On a daily basis, the 4 special officers provided services to approximately 20,000 students in the city. Moving forward, the police department's vision for the school resource officer program is that it be comprised of 5 full-time sworn police officers and a sergeant who would collaborate and work closely with the school district administration. The school resource officers will be more than just law enforcement presence on campus. They will serve as role models to the students and build positive relationships with the Garden Grove Unified School District staff, as well as community members. There will be a testing process in order to select the right officers for the program. The testing process will include a review of the officer's experience, education, technical competence, performance record, as well as an oral interview. A member of the Garden Grove Unified School District will assist in rating the officer during the testing process. Officers that are assigned to the new enhanced school resource officer program would be allowed to work in the unit for a total of 3 to 5 years. A benefit of having this mandatory rotation is that it minimizes employee fatigue, and it ensures that the unit is made up of officers who are energetic, passionate, and skilled in working with students, school administration, and the community. The success of this program will be accomplished by having a partnership between the Garden Grove Police Department and the Garden Grove Unified School District. Regular meetings between the police department personnel and the school district will take place in order to determine the roles, responsibilities, and expectations for the program. As of this date, the annual cost for 1 full-time police officer with salary and benefits is $230,837. The annual cost for 1 full-time police sergeant with salary and benefits is $283,000. The Garden Grove Police Department is proposing that the city cover the costs of 1 police sergeant and 2 police officers. The Garden Grove Unified School District has agreed to cover the cost for 1 full-time police officer in fiscal year 2019-2020. This will enable the program to start with 3 SROs and 1 sergeant during the 2019-2020 school year. The school district has agreed to cover the cost for an additional full-time police officer in fiscal year 2020-2021 for a total of 2 SROs funded by the district. The school district will reassess the program and potentially cover the cost of a 3rd full-time police officer in fiscal year 2021-2022 for a total of 3 SROs funded by the district. The city's cost related to the program has been included in the proposed biannual budget for fiscal year 2019-2020 and fiscal year 2020-2021. The school district will reimburse the city for their share of the program costs. It is recommended that the City Council approves the cooperative agreement with the Garden Grove Unified School District and to authorize the city manager to execute the attached agreement. This concludes our staff report, and we are available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions?
So officer will be stationed at the one of the 5 Garden Grove High School, and it will be from, when the school start till when the school end, or how will he?
Correct. That is the ultimate goal, is to have one officer at each of the 5 high schools.
And it will be during the school hours?
Correct.
Obviously.
It will be consistent with school hours.
Okay.
Any other questions, please?
I do have a quick, this, so the added, get me right, 5 officers total. That's increase into our allotted strength for the Garden Grove PD, correct?
Correct.
So, what would this bring our strength to?
We're currently at 168 plus so 173.
So let me just add, with the additional officers that we're proposing in the new budget, that takes our sworn officer strength up to 179. And then with as part of this program, it would add an additional 3 sworn officers for a total complement, I believe, of 182.
So we'll have 182 officers, and so this is an increase in our staffing.
Yes,
for officers.
yes.
And we're basically splitting the cost with the school district. And that, I love this idea. I think it's a great thing for our community. It's a good way to kind of split the cost and improve service to our community. So very, very good.
And just a question, I would assume under some emergency situation where there was something major happening in the city, those officers could resource in to help out with something else if need be, right? I mean, if, let's say there was some major situation nearby that we needed more officers, would they pull out of there and go to that site, or would they have to stay at the school?
They could, but with the 11 additional bodies that we're getting in July, once we get up to that operational strength, we
This is
should
just a
have a problem.
hypothetical, real emergency type of situation.
If it was something, something very serious,
Very serious.
those officers could respond
Right.
within a short vicinity
They're
of
full
the school.
sworn
yes.
officers. So, thank you.
And I do have one other, I don't know if it's
Go
a
ahead.
question, but these officers will be reporting to you, correct? Not to the principals of the school, not to the teachers, but to you, correct?
These officers will still fall under the supervision of
The
our
police
Garden Grove
department.
Police Department, yes.
Let me just mention part of that. They would be, they're Garden Grove police officers, and they would report to their command staff. One of the things we want to do, though, is we really think this is going to give us a good chance to really just continue to build our partnership with the Unified School District. And as we've talked to Dr. Maffei about the program, we would want the school district administrators to be working hand in hand with us about, are the officers working well, or, doing that. So they won't be involved in hiring or firing officers, but we want them to be in lockstep, working hand in hand with us all along the way.
I just wouldn't want the officer to be getting into a position where, they've got all these chiefs telling them what to do and, that kind of a thing. So I think it's better to be clear from the get-go that the teachers aren't going to be ordering them around and the principals aren't going to be ordering them around. They'll take their direction from the chief of police and through his chain of
if I might, under page 343 of your agenda, that's part of the agreement, is actually page, I forget what page of the agreement, but it's section 6B of the agreement. It specifically says that the officers will report to the chief of police, and the chief of police will have the ultimate decision and control over the deployment of the safety officer, depending on the need for effective program development. So these officers will be city employees, completely under the command of the police chief.
I have one.
Kim, please.
Okay.
We can do comments as well, not just questions, right? Because it's not public hearing?
Sure.
Okay, perfect. So I just want to commend both the Garden Grove Unified School District as well as our police officers. I've said this to them many times, that growing up, police weren't really your friends, right? And we had this don't snitch mentality. And as I got older, and especially moving to Garden Grove and now being on council and going on several ride-alongs with them, I can just give a million kudos to our police department. Not only do I think they're amazing, but a lot of my residents do. I
walk side by side with them at all the Buena Clinta events, and the kids know them by name. The kids are eating donuts and doing competitions with them, and they're having a great time. Sorry, guys, I had to throw that one out there. Same thing with our fire department. But you can see the difference between other departments, other cities, versus the way that our department does community policing. And to me, in a neighborhood where there's a gang injunction, where there's a lot of criminal activity that's definitely diminished over the last 10, 15 years, seeing their presence interacting with my residents it definitely lifts my spirits to see that, because I didn't grow up with that kind of environment. And also, our department is the only one that received a passing score in Orange County with a pass grade of B. So just want to give kudos to them for the efforts that they do in really listening to our residents, all the efforts that they do with their neighborhood associations, and just really focusing on their needs. And this program is not specific to just having police presence there, but also building that community, educating the families. I've done the speech debate events. I think, John, you came with me one year at Doig Intermediate, and there were students that sole speech was dedicated to wanting more police officers because they were afraid of all the shootings that were happening. So these are middle school students that are asking for more police presence and more collaboration with them, and learning more and being educated on that and how they can safely evacuate and all the things that they need to know to be safe. So just want to give tremendous kudos to our police department, as well as the Unified School District, for sharing this program with us and also helping with the cost. So appreciate that.
Thank you. Fat?
Yes, looking at the 7 area that the officer will be, working in the SRO programs, there's a couple areas that I do not see it clearly articulate, which is related to, marijuana and drugs used by the students. And also think that we have been lucky that it have not happened in our school system yet, which is, major shooting at other schools throughout the country. So is this program will also deal with that, or it just strictly related to the 7 items that you outline here?
I think it's important to understand that we're going to be dealing with a lot more than just the 7 items that are on there. I think when it comes to it, look, our primary goal is the safety of the children inside their school environment. But I think what you're going to get are very highly trained officers that are going to focus on mentoring, building relationships with our students, as well as with faculty and administration. So we're going to be dealing with really a lot of things, not just those 7 that are on there.
Will they be arms in case if God forbid, someone bring gun to the school and
Are
stuff?
you asking if our police officers are going to be armed?
Yes.
Yes, 100%, they will be armed.
No more questions.
Thank you. Any other comments? Please.
Just to say that I'm in support of this program. Thank to staff and the police department and the Garden Grove Unified. As a mother of a child here in Garden Grove Unified School District, obviously the safety of my child and all the children within the school district is of paramount importance to all of us. And I think this is a very unique way too for children to get to know a police officer, get to learn from them. Maybe they can mentor some children. Maybe they want to go into the Police Explorers or become a police officer themselves. So this is a fantastic opportunity on multiple levels to help the children of the school district and of our community. So thank you to all.
Thanks. Tuha?
I just want to join in. I think this is great collaborations. And of course, this is just the beginning. We're looking forward for many others. The collaboration between the city and the school district, because a lot of us have a young kid go to Garden Grove Unified School District, and definitely it's a good program. And that echo to Mayor Pro Tem Stephanie talk about the Police Explorer. I think that's definitely a good exposure and definitely highlight part of the program. Thanks.
Thank you. I'd like to move approval of the cooperative agreement. And before I call the vote, I want to make I think a lot has been said about this partnership program, but I want to make one more general comment just about how fortunate we are, how lucky we are that we have such a positive and cooperative and collaborative relationship with our school district. That is truly special. It's not like that in all cities. There's a lot of cities that, for whatever reason, butt heads with their school district. We get along great. We're working on a lot of different things together. We've got a very positive vibe. I think we've got a lot of shared vision between the things the city's working on, things the school district's working on. I have 2 children in our school district, so, you know, I'm actively involved from that standpoint too, and I'm just thrilled to death with everything our school district is doing. So thank you, Lon, and thank you, Terry, for being here. And with that, I'd like to call the vote.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
What's that? Yeah. Well, yeah, hold on. Yeah, since we're on a roll, we're going to pull one more item before we do the cake thing. Okay, and this is because I saw Rita joined us, so thank you for being here, Rita. And this is item 3B from consent items. We pull that out and move approval of the adoption of the proclamation declaring June 20th, 2019 as World Refugee Day.
Second.
Call the vote.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Thank you. Do you guys have anything to say about it, or should I just bring up the, I know it was technically a consent item. Okay, and I do have a proclamation I'd like to present.
Can I just say something really quick? I want to thank.
You get to talk after he gives it to you.
Oh, is that how it works? Okay. I'd like to introduce this amazing young woman that's also a Syrian refugee, a youth, a high school student, that will be our MC for World Refugee Day. So if you can please, she's actually going to accept the award on behalf.
Oh, great. Yeah.
Can I take the picture? Okay, you have to help me out.
Why don't you come up here?
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get you a picture.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Very nice. 1, 2, 3.
Derek, can you come in also?
Oh, no, it's okay. It's for her.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Now,
Okay, why don't you join me? So, my name is Rita Hamida. I am the Executive Director of Latino Muslim Unities, a member of the Refugee Forum of Orange County. First and foremost, I want to thank the City of Garden Grove, the amazing city manager that you guys have, Scott Stiles, for supporting a lot of the community groups that are here in the City of Garden Grove. I invited you all to taco trucks at every mosque in Ramadan, and I want to really, just from the bottom of my heart, thanks so much, Council Member Kim Nguyen, Council Member Tu Ha Nguyen for doing so much outreach to turn out the Vietnamese youth, Mayor Steve Jones for being there and really doing his homework about our community and giving the most heartfelt speech. And Councilmember Fat Boy for being there. Collaboration is key. Partnerships are very important in strengthening our communities to thrive in these very dark and divisive times. And we were able to make history by bringing together 1,600 Muslim, Latinos, and Vietnamese community members for the first time. We always see our council members at the Islamic Society of Orange County. No doubt, many of them have been Vietnamese, and we've received your support. But it was the first time that Vietnamese youth that were not Muslim showed up in droves. And I mean, they were so outspoken, and they connected with the Muslim youth that were there, and they were serving and helping one another. And we fought hate one halal taco and vegan pho bowl at a time, and it was amazing to see such a beautiful symbol of peace and unity. And, you know, food is love, so there was nothing but love there. And so I want us to continue doing this type of work together. And hopefully next year we could do even a bigger and better event with the city, with our council member here. And I do want to give a big shout out to Hill Elementary, because they did their due diligence in really doing the translation in Vietnamese and Spanish to all the students at the school. And so thank you to the City of Garden Grove. With that, I really want to honor our refugees. The month is actually all about refugees. June is the month of refugee awareness, but June 20th by the United Nations is honored for the refugee contributions, saluting the refugees that have come to this country and all over the world to really give back and be the leaders, the doctors, the lawyers, the teachers. They are assets to this country, and we celebrate and salute their contributions. And I would love to introduce one of our own. Please introduce yourself.
First of all, thank you so much for this. I'd like to thank Raida Hamida for inviting me today to accept this award on behalf of the Refugee Forum of Orange County, in which I'll be emceeing their event on June 24th, and we invite you all to attend. My name is Sarah Al-Shahabi, and I am a Syrian refugee, and I would like to recognize the refugee youth. I myself am a senior at high school, and I aspire to become a doctor, specifically a nephrologist, to give back to this country, since it gave so much back for me and for my brother, while it provided him with the medical attention that the Syrian war, prevented him from having it. So thank you so much for this again, and that's it.
Thank you. And with that, we will take a brief recess to go enjoy some cake in the next room over. Please join us. we've already actually pulled 3A and 3B forward. Recommended that 3C through 3O be acted on simultaneously. Pull any items.
I'd like to pull 3E and 3J. Yes, those two.
I would
please.
like to pull 3H.
And 3L, please.
I'll move the balance.
Second.
Call to vote.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Go to 3E, as requested by Councilmember Kim Nguyen.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. The adoption of this resolution for the approval to submit a grant application for the Prop 68 statewide park development and community revitalization grant program. In June of 2018, California voters passed Prop 68, which authorized $4 billion in general obligation bonds for parks, water, and flood protection projects. Of the $4 billion, this year, $254 million are dedicated for state and local park restoration and/or new park development projects. It is expected that additional funding will be released in the next two to three following years. Cities can apply for up to $8.5 million for a particular project with no matching funds. In order to identify a project to receive maximum points during the grant application process, the park demographics within half-a-mile radius of the park must be at least 3 acres per 1,000 residents and a median household income level below $51,000. The Community Services Department has identified a renovation of Woodbury Park as the most competitive park to reach the maximum amount of grant points. City staff has conducted a series of community meetings with the residents within half a mile of the park. Tomorrow, June 12th at 6 p.m. will be the second to last meeting in which we will share 2 conceptual designs created by our contracted landscape architect, David Bowles Design. These designs were created with the input from the residents from the previous community meetings. The last meeting will be a special Parks, Recreation, and Arts Commission meeting on June 24th at 6 p.m. at Woodbury Park to share the final design before submitting the application by August 5th, 2019. Community Services and Public Works Departments are excited at the opportunity of revitalizing Woodbury Park. This concludes my report, and I'm available for any questions.
I just wanted to pull this item to give kudos to staff for applying for this grant. This is the only park that I have in my district, and it's very closed off. It's not very accessible to the residents in that neighborhood. I attended their workshop last week or 2 weeks ago, and there was more residents than I thought. I initially thought maybe we'd get like 5. So it was really great to see all the kids come out with their parents and all of the wonderful ideas that they had for improving that park and how they would best utilize that space and how it could really benefit them. So I just wanted to highlight the staff and see exciting things happening for District 6. And so I wanted to highlight that. So thank you guys.
A motion?
Motion.
And, Mr. Mayor, if I could just chime in real quick for Councilmember Nguyen, I think it's good to reiterate just one more time, tomorrow night will be the last.
Second to last. Second to last meeting, the commission meeting will be the last.
Okay, so we are, tomorrow night, we're having a getting public input on the park ideas. And where's the location?
These will be at Woodbury Park
Okay.
at 6 p.m.
So we'd love for people to come out and participate, give us input, so, thank you.
Well, thank you, George.
I was going to reiterate, same thing. Also, I want to thank Councilwoman Nguyen for her focus on these grants. She's keeping our focus, city staff's focus on applying for these and saving our taxpayers lots of money and improving these park facilities. So thank you for that.
Is that a second?
It's a second.
Okay, call the vote.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Thank you. Okay, 3H as pulled by Councilmember Fatboui. I'll note that we don't necessarily need full staff reports for each of these, but we could maybe start with the council member that pulled it on why they pulled it.
Sure. it's a concern to me because this project is piggyback on a project that we awarded to Simon Industry that with a budget of tens of $millions that we award them, a year and a half or so ago. And I understand that there is some advantage of piggyback on, the request for proposal that we have coming out for bid. But this $70,000, why it seemed to be low comparing to, the tens of $millions that we awarded to Simon. But the project that, the implementation that following the audit may also run into $1 million. Who knows how much it will be. And it seemed to me that if we continue down this path, we tend to award the contract to a particular business, and doing so, it may number one, causing other business to, not having as much opportunities as they could have. Perhaps they may not favorably respond to an RFP before. But this time, if we open it up, they may be proposing something better. The idea is to, as a public entity, we're going to be fair and give opportunity for others a chance to participate if they fail the previous bid. Secondly, I have, even though I'm sure people will try to do the best thing with the best intention, but as we spend public money, I think it's very important that we want to make sure that we are not just based on trust alone. I'm just worrying out that perhaps this business, they're coming in, they audit the other area in the city that they could help us with some works. Well, they give us something without us truly understand whether or not what they're proposing is, they are keeping our city at most interest. And of course, we can always say, yeah, but the city council always have, the last word to whether to agree to move forward or not agree to move forward. But I think having an independent opinion is always better. As I work with state contract, the state usually want to be air on the, take on the side, on the air side. And that is the people who do the audit or the people who do the business assessment are usually not qualified to bid on the implementation, because you do not want the people who assess the situation, give the recommendation, and then end up also the one who will delivering it and implementing it. Last weekend, because of the passing away of a very prominent Buddhist master who performed our weddings, so I was with him every single day for the last 4 or 5 days. I didn't have a chance to study this in detail. So I would like to ask my colleague to table this if it is not something that we have to vote tonight, so I can talk to staff about it.
Mr. Mayor?
Please,
I want to echo Councilman Bowie's statements here, and I'm reading this, and I may be wrong, and that's why I want to get clarification on. The way this works is we award Simon's the audit for a cost of $70,000. They perform the audit, determine what kind of deficiencies we have, and then they automatically get the contract to repair those deficiencies. That can't be best practices. They can just decide whatever, oh, hey, that pipe needs to be repaired. We don't know if that's true or not. It puts us in a position where, do we trust their audit? Do we, because anything that they find negative that they have to repair, would they get the contract automatically to fix? So, it does kind of create a conflict. I do see Councilman Bowie's mindset on that. I don't know if that's what's going on here or not, though. That's the way I'm reading it, the way I'm understanding it. I want clarification on that. So, maybe it is good to pull this for a while so we can look into it a little more.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I just would like to ask Public Works Director Bill Murray, is this a conflict of interest in any way? And just your opinion on this versus going out and finding a different company or so forth?
Well, let me kind of pull back a little bit as to what we wanted to do. We really identified a lot of different areas of the city is needing work for, and with specifics, we wanted to get more energy efficient. So the state of California had approved a process whereby you could enter into a contract, and in this case it's Siemens, and a vendor would perform these energy audits and then also come up with a set of recommendations. And in that contract, it's that the improvements are guaranteed to save more money than what they cost. That's the whole premise of this entire energy system that we're going with. So to your, you've got a couple questions up there, but I'll address them as best that I can. But to your point with regards to the quality of Siemens work, one of the reasons we kind of split it up is I'm a little protective regarding my water facilities. So I wanted to try Siemens out and see how they did with the city facilities. The quality of the equipment was top-notch, and we did have a couple little bugs, but their response and us working with them was excellent. Very seldom was there any sort of a problem that lasted more than a day, possibly two. And when you're doing a massive turnover, it's a big deal. Another reason that we really would prefer to stick with them on what is essentially phase 2 of this project is I don't want my staff trying to learn different systems. So that if the air conditioning in City Hall, which is all a Siemens system, goes down, and they go out to a water facility that has air conditioning as well, that they'll be staring at the same, programs and software, and I don't have to have people that are double trained. So they'll be more consistent in what we're able to handle. And to your point regarding the competitiveness, like I said, that's kind of built into the contract. They're not just going to recommend something, more, for the heck of it, so to speak, in order to get the additional money, because if that doesn't perform, they are contractually responsible for that lack of performance. It is not in their best interest to just fix everything. It has to provide the energy savings that they claim, or otherwise they are responsible for the lost income.
Well, going to that also would be the fact Siemens has certain purviews, certain things that they use, certain let's say solar cell companies they contract with, certain things that they're looking at. But what happens when there's other newer technologies that maybe they're not purview to, but if we put it out to RFP, we would have access. Like, I was talking to the city manager. I remember reading an article recently on these water pipes that have little electricity generators in them. There's like a little thing and it generates electricity, and some cities are using those now and actually making a lot of electricity doing that. Maybe Siemens or Siemens, I don't know how to pronounce it properly, maybe they don't have access to that technology where we would have that, you know what I mean, those kind of mindsets if we were to put it out for RFP instead of just sticking to one. I get what you're saying about air conditioning and different systems you want to go, but there's other systems involved, I'm assuming, in this audit, not just air and.
I would echo along with Councilman Brattingham, and why I do agree with what you explained make a lot of sense. But this is only one philosophy, one approach, one practice. There are many others. If I look from a different perspective and angles, what you mentioned have a lot of advantage, but it also comes with a lot of risk and a lot of disadvantage as well. I work in multi-million-dollar computer consulting field for 20 plus years now. The state of California have implemented billions and billions of dollars in computer project, and so they have a lot of lesson learned. And of course, one of the approach from the beginning is you work with one vendor, one computer hardware, one computer software. You got the advantage that your staff will be familiar with that hardware and software, and it is correct. But then it also comes with a tremendous risk, because if whatever wrong with it, you get stuck. And that big company now become a monopoly. It will have a lot more say into pushing you to go, with their own solution or their own ideas. Secondly, when we work with only one vendor, we are kind of limited it to, just like a horse with a blindfold on their eyes, and we just go down that path. We don't look for other opportunities. And lastly, our electricity or gas efficiency is not just with air conditioning. It's involving many equipment. And so by opening it up and looking to see if there's any other idea, rather than just going down that path, I think it makes a lot more sense. I'm not saying that we are not selecting Simon. What I'm saying is we should not just walk down that path without looking what is available at, in the horizon. And I feel uneasy with this, to vote yes or vote no. What I would like to do is I would like to have some time so that I can sit down with our public works and try to understand this a little more. And if we can do that, then I feel much better to articulate and vote at the next council meeting than having to vote tonight.
Is there some urgency to this? Do you need to get this done soon, or would waiting a couple weeks hurt anything?
Well, we just got through completing a lot of the city hall work, and we'd like to go forward. The urgency is that we're wasting money every month. So,
how much money are we wasting if we wait another month?
Well, just one pump station burns about $14,000 in electricity in a month.
And that is something that I would articulate that we want to consider, because we are working now on spending tens of millions of dollars, right? Something this important, Bill. I mentioned this at the previous Simon, discussion, that something like this, I need more than just a few days. You cannot just bring a big issue like this and give me only a few days. And at that time, if we go back to the meeting, I ask that important project like this, give the city council a lot more time so we can look into it, because it makes me very uncomfortable to commit millions of our of our city money. Even though here it say only $70,000, but once I approve this, I'm afraid that what coming out of it will be multi-million-dollar project for Simon, and that I don't feel comfortable making the decision tonight.
Well, I think, man, and forgive me if I'm wrong, but I think all we're voting on is the cost of the audit tonight, and if they find things, then we vote on that later, correct?
That's correct. I'd like to have the opportunity to respond to both your comments, if you don't mind. With regards to Simon's credibility in the industry, they are an industry leader. It's like hiring, Chevy or Ford or Dodge to get you a truck. That's the type of company that we're dealing with. These are not small players. Generally, you're talking about leading technology. Odds are, in this industry, Siemens is going to be the ones making that technology. To more specific stuff, there's ideas about putting turbine-driven generators into water pipes. Well, that's hydroelectric energy, and it's most commonly used in a dam scenario. You actually have to have grade so that the water is flowing downhill in order to turn a turbine, or in old days it used to be a water wheel, And now you have people putting an elliptical turbine in a pipe to generate electricity, which is a great idea when you have grade. This city doesn't have any grade. So there is zero benefit on that. And my point to that is that in general, all of our systems are pretty mundane. We don't stand out in the public works field with the type of equipment that we have and the type of needs that we have over any other city. We are, kind of a very basic needs in terms of the pump stations, in terms of what we want to do with our water systems. And finally,
I thought he did. So
and finally, it is just the $70,000. We're not tied to anything afterwards. And somebody needs to do the energy audit so that you have an idea of what you can come up with in terms of design for the final product. And that's what we would then be coming to you with. I don't know how much it's going to cost. It could be entirely too expensive. It could be relatively reasonable. I don't think our facilities currently as they exist are horribly energy efficient, but we're going to have an expert look at it and let us know. And that's really what the $70,000 is for. Now, whether it's done by Siemens or anybody else, you would still need the energy audit. And then, we could go out with people, but I'll caution you that we already did that through a competitive RFP process when we came up with Siemens in the first place. The only reason you're seeing this split up is I wouldn't let my staff do the entire city, including water, at the same time. I wanted to be sure that these guys were going to save money and be a decent contractor to work with. So I was more than willing to experiment with City Hall before I let them touch my water facilities. Priorities.
So since we are discussing the questions that are or the concern that I have, I would like to continue. But if someone, the other colleague, need to express the question, then go ahead.
I would just like to say that, we voted on this on fall of 2017. There was an RFQ process. I don't have any degrees in water or facility or infrastructures, and I definitely trust our Director of Public Works to make these decisions. And I believe in the fact that they had an intense RFQ process where this company, I'm not going to try to say the name because I'm hearing two different versions, had the highest mark. And I'm hearing him say he wanted to test them out, vet them, make sure they were good. He got that confirmation, and now he wants to move forward with part 2. I don't understand why this is coming. This is simply for the audit. When we talk about the actual fixes or not that we're going to do, that's another vote for another time. I would like to see this move forward so we can get the audit done and see what all is possible, what all should be done. If it's a long laundry list of expensive things that we could want to do, I'm sure our director will let us know what's financially feasible, what can wait, because he's very good at putting his projects on the side and waiting for them so that the things with the highest priority get done first. So I would just urge us to move forward with this audit at $70,000, and when that laundry list comes in, we can take a deep dive, ask for information in advance, and look it over in great detail, and then decide if we want to do it or not. But I think that this audit should move forward. We've already approved them to do an audit before. They were great. We allowed them to do the fixes, whatever those were, and now we're just doing it again. So I don't understand. I know that Councilmember Bui had these questions in 2017, but I think they have a proven track record of doing a great job, so I don't understand why we're having the discussion.
And so it's time for me to talk to you, Bill. Bill, I do not question the experience or the knowledge of Simons. That I do not question. So you don't have to defend Simon in terms of that. In fact, Simon is one of the best business in this industry. But that's not the point. Like IBM was known to be one of the best company in mainframe computers back in the days. But the state of California does not always give everything to IBM. Because why? If I am the monopoly, then I will have the ability to say, this is what the price that I want, this is what the product that I want to use, and the city will not have much saying, because we will be very much like a buffalo taken on the field trip for a ride. Whoever, we will go wherever they take us to go. And I do not trust a big company to save us money. Well, of course, it will look very good on paper and will look very good in practice that, yes, you see, we saved you $1 million and we happy shake hand and pay them the money because we saved the millions. But what we do not know is whether or not if we go with someone else, we may save $2 million instead of with Simon. So I just want to be prudent. I just want to be careful. And I do not, even though this is $70,000, I'm sure if we approve this tonight, they come back with a proposal, in a few months or in a couple of years, you will come to us and say, hey, let's give Simon another project worth $10 million. And that is not acceptable. No, sir. If we vote tonight, I will vote no on it. But if we delay a couple of weeks to let me have a chance to work with you, Mr. Murray, so that I understand this more closely, I may vote yes for it. I may vote no 2 weeks from now. But if you force me to vote now, I will vote no because I have a huge concern that a few months from now or a couple of years from now, you may come back to this city council and ask for another project for Simon for $10 million. We cannot practice keep this kind of practice. I've seen this so often in the city council, and I'm tired of it.
Mayor?
Go ahead, George.
I trust Mr. Murray explicitly. I think he knows what he's doing, and he does a great job. And $70,000 for an audit is reasonable for the scope of what they're going to have to do. I get that. I don't necessarily like an idea of them being able to automatically get to repair whatever issues they find. I think that creates optically for the community kind of an issue. Okay, so whatever you find, you're going to get paid to fix. So my question is, after this audit is done, are we tied to Siemens to use them exclusively for any repairs or anything?
No, sir.
So
let me just offer this. I don't like having Councilmember Fatt upset. Let's pull. I'll make a recommendation. We pull the item. We'll sit down with him and work through this. In addition to that, I also will put forward to the council that when we do complete the audit, should you decide to go that way, and with regards to whoever it may be, that we sit down and go and have a study session and go through the results of the audit and make sure that everybody's on board with it.
Is 2 weeks enough time for you?
2 weeks is enough time for me, but let me clarify why it is important to me, right? Of course, $70,000 is not much comparing to the needs and the project to implement. However, once they did the audit, and of course, after the audit, they give us a proposal. This is what you need to fix, and this is what you're going to save. And of course, we will have a chance to say, hey, it's too expensive, we cannot do it. And so it will cost us only $70,000. And if we move forward, the $70,000 will be applied to the new, the new implementation. However, what we don't see is we are very much abide to it because we cannot pay for another company to go in there and do the audit. And so that's why I want to look at this more carefully. And Bill is a good engineer. We've been with the city for quite some time, but he doesn't look at things from a policy perspective like I do. And so that's why I really needed it. And this kind of thing, Bill, if you see it coming, work with me in advance so I can have time to understand it, and you can get my support much easier.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'd like to move that we continue this for 2 weeks to a date certain. Call the vote.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
3J as requested by Kim Nguyen.
Bill, I'll spare you. I just wanted to highlight the fact that this was funded by Measure M $2 and the gas tax, because all we hear people complain is an increase in gas taxes and all of our money in the government and trying to take our money. I just want individuals to realize what that money goes towards, and this project, Bill, can you tell me how much this project would have been?
Well, it would be the same cost, but we're using, I believe that's $177,000 of, yeah.
166, sorry, it's right there.
Okay, 166. And I believe about 80% of that is gas tax, and the other is the Measure M2 turn back funds.
And I just want to highlight, because it's in my district, and it's in partnership with the city of Orange, it's going to be the streets, it's on Lewis Street from Garden Grove Boulevard all the way to Chapman. So from where Shea Homes project is being built all the way to Christ Cathedral. But I just wanted to highlight it because it's using gas tax dollars and Measure M $2. So kudos for it not being out of the general fund.
Second.
Just want to comment that I am not happy with gas price at hovering at $4 a gallon at all. Whether it's because of gas tax or not because of the gas tax, but $4 per gallon is not a cool thing at all.
It used to almost be 5, so I'll take the 4.
Or no, it was 80.
We have a second?
I second it.
Call the vote.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
3L, Stephanie.
Make it brief. This is in regards to a contract with Yellow Cab to provide transportation services to Lois H. Lake Senior Mobility Program. I just wanted to clarify and ask a couple questions. When we start looking at the financials and the numbers, the city is required to provide a 20% match for the OCTA grant funding, which is a total of $39,391 that can be an in-kind or financial match. Can you explain that a little bit for the residents, please?
Yes. So for the 20% match that we're required to do as part of the contract with OCTA, we have a transportation coordinator that's assigned to the senior center, and they're the ones responsible for overseeing the program as well as participants that are registered for the program. And a portion of their salary is what we count as part of the match.
Okay, so to have a coordinator for this program, we obviously service quite a few seniors. How many per year do we provide rides for?
Right now, we have over 400 participants registered, and last year, we provided 17,000 one-way trips.
Okay. What qualifies as being a senior citizen for this program? Is there an age limit or range?
Yes, 60 years and older.
60 and older is considered senior citizen. Okay, and then is there some type of a financial hardship or qualification that allows them to use this versus, say, a dial-a-ride or something they might be given through their personal health insurance or so forth?
No, this is funded through M2 funds.
Okay.
And so there are no specific requirements of that. They just have to be Garden Grove residents and be able to show proof of that.
Okay, do they have to stay within Garden Grove, or can they go outside of the city for appointments?
Right. So for our program, we have the ability to limit the where they can go to. So we have a 5-mile radius outside of the city boundaries.
Okay, and would that be I want to go to the mall, or is that I need to go to my eye doctor appointment?
So we have priorities. The number 1 is nutrition.
Okay.
Number 2 is medical, and then shopping. So shopping represents less than 5% of our total trips per year.
Do you find that this program, I'm assuming that this obviously brings a lot of exposure to the senior center, and obviously a worthy program. And then you said OCTA provides the majority of those funds on a reoccurring basis.
Right. It is a combination of OCTA and Senior Serve, since they're also a partner and are part of the nutrition program at the center.
So thus then our portion is just the in-kind for that staff?
Right. So it's just the staff that I have there on site to oversee the program.
Okay, no further questions.
Great.
100.
I'll make a motion.
Well, I got a question I'd like to ask, and I had brought this up to a few folks, and a lot of people are unaware of this program, quite frankly. I was hoping maybe, because I know Stephanie had asked you a bunch of questions, but it didn't really clarify what the program actually does involving Yellow Cab and what happens. Can you summarize the program briefly for those folks who don't know what it is and what it does and what the benefits are? that
Right.
kind of thing?
Okay. So OCTA implemented this program. It used to be funded through different funds, TDA funds, and now it's M2 funds. And we implemented this program back in 2009. A lot of cities in Orange County have similar program to ours. However, every city can, change the type of requirements or the type of trips. So this was a grant program that we applied for, and so now it's tax funded, but it's open to any senior resident, 60 years and older. Those were the only requirements based on the type of funding. And the types of trips, we determined nutrition, that was part of a survey. So nutrition and medical were the two top priorities.
Nutrition meaning to the grocery store?
Nutrition coming to get a meal at the senior center.
Oh, okay.
Or another type of nutrition program that's offered through the city, maybe through another agency.
And
And
then
so
medical?
that's really what the focus was. We have advertised it. We are at over 400 participants, which is pretty high number. There's not very many cities that have that number of people signed up. But this is in addition to other programs that are out, offered also through OCTA, such as Access, Dial-A-Rides. There's different programs that are offered to individuals.
So basically, once they're a member of this program, they can call, they can get a yellow cab, basically ride to the senior center or to a doctor.
Right.
Their doctor's appointments, or also to shopping is the lowest case thing you said, or?
Yeah, there's not too many shopping trips approved because right now we've seen an increase in the medical trips. So the way it works is Yellow Cab sets up a 1-800 number for the individuals, and after they register through us, if they're coming to the senior center, then we add them to our transportation weekly schedule, and if they're doing doctor's appointments or shopping, then those are just called it into the 1-800 number, and we just stay in communication with Yellow Cab, the coordinator does, to make sure that those trips are approved and that we keep track of them every month for billing purposes. Oh, yeah, you're welcome.
Do we notify this to the local medical clinics in the area in Garden Grove?
Yes, we're listed as part of one of the resources through the county, so the Office on Aging has us listed, and 211 has us listed, so they share all of that information with different service providers, not only in the city, but also in the county.
There was a motion and a second.
One quick question. So it's a fixed amount, so it's a contract, it's about $12, $12.50 a trip. So there's not some open ticket where the ride could be more or less, it's a fixed dollar amount, correct?
It is a fixed dollar amount, however, whenever they do go outside of the city boundaries, there is an additional cost. That's why we limit it to only a 5-mile radius.
Okay.
So because our city is unique in its design and it borders with so many cities, we have a lot of senior participants that go to UCI or they go to Fountain Valley, and so we wanted to make sure that we at least allowed them to go a few miles outside of our boundaries.
Good.
One more thing, is there a cap, is there a limit per how many rides they can have per week or month or year or anything?
There isn't a cap, but we definitely keep track of the participants, making sure that they are using the service and going to locations that are approved. So our partnership is really good with Capco Yellow, and they're able to let us know if somebody is trying to schedule a ride for something beyond what we normally prioritize.
Okay.
Yes? Call to vote?
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Okay, that concludes oral communications. We go on to public hearings. We do have 2. Item 4A.
Item 4A is adoption of resolutions confirming the annual levy of fiscal year 2019-20 assessments for Garden Grove Street Lighting District, Garden Grove Street Lighting District number 99-1, and Garden Grove Park Maintenance District. And Mr. Murray is here to give the report.
Thank you, Ms. Pomeroy. Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Tonight, City Council is being asked to hold public hearings for the city's street light and park maintenance districts to adopt resolutions for the collection of assessments for those districts. The public hearings are required by law, and their purpose is to hear testimony on the matter of annual assessments. Once the hearings are complete, the resolutions may be adopted. Should the resolutions pass, the required information will be forwarded to the county assessor for collection of the assets, or the assessments, I'm sorry. The assessments will raise approximately $1.3 million in streetlight revenue and $700,000 in park maintenance revenue. There are no increases in the assessment rates from last fiscal year, and we do this annually. This concludes my report, and staff is available to answer any questions.
Any questions before we open the public hearing? I see some cards heading my way. Okay, we will open the public hearing, and I do have one card from Nick Dibbs.
Mayor Jones, members of the council, my name is Nicholas Dibbs. I wanted to ask Mr. Murray and the council, I live over on the west end of town. I've been there for quite a few years, and I keep noticing the street light in the center of the Valley View, the street light poles leaning. Quite a few of them are leaning, and they've been that way for a number of years. Does this street lighting assessment include eventually repairing those or replacing the ones that are leaning? Quite a few of them are to one side or another.
I think, thank you for the question, Mr. Dibbs. Honestly, when I've driven down Valley View, I haven't noticed them being that terribly out of plumb. If you have any specific ones, by all means, send them over to me, and you know, it is a contract we have with Edison, so we can send them out to Edison and have them look at them. But the truth of the matter is that Edison is the one who changes the bulbs and everything, so they are well aware of how much the poles are leaning one way or the other. And if, since they're responsible for those poles, they generally make the decisions whether they're unsafe or not, which is more or less what you're getting at. So they're probably aware of any direction that they're leaning, and I know that they had a major pole replacement, but that included mostly local poles and not the poles out in the intersections or the street medians.
I understand there's two kinds of poles. One, those that are owned by or maintained by Edison, and then there's the city poles that the city maintains. Is that correct?
That is correct.
We still have two types of, now down the center median of Valley View between Lamson and Chapman, and also south of Lamson, there's a number of poles that are leaning. Now, are those city poles or are those Edison poles? These are the ones with the two.
Those are Edison poles. The city poles are the steel davit poles, and they're mostly confined to the city.
Residential?
No, right here around the Civic Center area.
Okay, so.
The rest of the Edison poles are the Marble-Lite. They look like concrete.
Yeah, they're concrete.
Yeah, that's how we kind of tell the difference. Just as in general, is that the Marble-Lite poles are all Edisons, and the steel ones are the cities, and they're mostly around this area right here.
So this assessment, is that to help pay for what Edison is doing? Or?
That is correct.
Okay, I'm just bringing it to your attention, I'm talking about the Marble-Lite poles that have two lights coming off in the center median of Valley View, and there are some that are leaning, and they've been that way for a long time, and I'm just, can you share that with Edison and ask them to take a look at them? Obviously they're not going to fall down because they haven't fallen yet, but they look kind of weird.
It might be possible for them to adjust the base and straighten them up a little bit.
You guys maybe want to, Nick? Huh? You guys maybe want to take this one offline so we can focus on the assessment?
Okay, so the assessment, is there enough money? Hopefully there is. But if we could use this assessment money for the city staff, public works, and so on, to when they see that their pole's out of place, can they
address us?
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, could you direct city staff to public works staff to, if they notice a pole that is obviously, because what I gather from this is that the city staff is saying, oh, these are Edison poles, so we don't need to report it. Well, somebody needs to report it to Edison that they maybe need to be checked out. So instead of saying it's not in my job description or the city doesn't handle it, it's Edison's responsibility, could we get some public works staff to look at the poles, and if those that are leaning, have Edison look at it, or at least tell them about it? Anyway, thank you. I only bring it up because it's been that way for a long time on Valley View.
Yeah.
And we want to beautify the city, as you know. Okay,
Thank
thank you.
Anybody else wishing to speak on 4A? Seeing none, we will close the public hearing. Colleagues?
Before you vote on this matter, I just need to make an announcement. And I would like to enter into the record the following information. As of 5:30 p.m. Tuesday, June 11th, 2019, the city clerk's office received a total of 0 protests. And since 5:30 p.m., no additional protests were received, and there are 350 parcels in District 99-1. As a result, there has not been a submittal of a majority protest. And that also goes for, there has been no protests received by the city clerk's office for the city's park maintenance district, and there are 35,592 parcels in the city's park maintenance district. And there are 35,008 parcels in the Garden Grove Street Lighting District, and we have not received any protests.
Thank you very much. Colleagues?
Just like to clarify, this is just an annual vote. There is no new tax. It's the same old, same old. Nothing is increasing, nothing is changing, just so everyone's aware. And I'll move approval.
Call the vote.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Similar item 4B.
Item 4B is adoption of a resolution confirming the annual levy of fiscal year 2019-20 assessment for the Downtown Assessment District.
Thank you, Mr. Pomeroy. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight, we have the final step for establishing the annual assessment for the Downtown Assessment District for fiscal year 19 and 20. The assessment remains the same from previous year, and the expenditures also remain the same. In accordance with the Landscape and Lighting Act of 1972, the remaining action for the City Council is to hold the public hearing and adopt the resolution confirming the assessments for the district. All information will be forwarded to the county assessor for collection of the assessments. And this concludes my report, and I'm available should you have any questions.
Questions? Seeing none, this is a public hearing. Do we have any cards? Okay, we will open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on 4B? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Colleagues?
Same thing.
Call the vote.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
I think it takes us on to commission committee matters. We have 5A, which is acknowledgement of a resignation of Dr. Pauline Mary from the Administrative Board of Appeals. Take any action on that? Or
Just an acknowledgement.
yeah. Okay, well, receive and file, and we've enjoyed having her service and having her involvement in the community, and we wish her well.
Okay. Do I have a second? Okay.
Call the vote.
Just for the record. Motion received, 7 yes votes.
What's that?
I don't think they've even met yet.
No. Okay, takes us on to 6, which is items for consideration. We've got a couple. We already pulled one out of order earlier, so we'll go on to 6A.
Item 6A is introduction and first reading of an ordinance for the paramedic tax override for fiscal year 2019-20, and the ordinance is entitled, "An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Garden Grove Establishing the Amount of Money for Paramedic Services that must be raised by an ad valorem tax override and the setting of the tax rate of said override." And Ms. Song is here to give the report.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. The item before you is an ordinance authorizing the levy of paramedic tax for fiscal year 2019-20 in the amount of 8 cents per 100 assessed property value. This is ad valorem tax that was approved by our residents in 1974. The revenue collected is to help fund the emergency paramedic services to the community. This is an Avalon tax calculated based on the assessed value of the real estate property. The ballot called for an amount not to exceed 10 cents per 100 assessed valuation, and the city has been assessing this tax under the limit. The proposed paramedic tax rate for fiscal year 2019 to 20 is 8 cents per every $100 assessed valuation, which is consistent with the prior years. This tax will be included on the property tax bill by the county assessor's office once approved. Estimated revenue generated from the paramedic tax is about $10.9 million each year. Funds collected will be passed on to the OCFA after the transition, as stipulated by our service agreement. Tonight, we're asking you to approve the first reading of the ordinance, and that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim?
You just mentioned that this money would be transferred over to OCFA. Are we not still responsible for our ambulance contract? Does this not have to do with our ambulance contract?
No, this is only specific to the paramedic services, yes.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Mr. Mayor, I was under the impression that the city contracted with our paramedics, and they would continue to do so even after this OCFA transfer, not OCFA contracting with the paramedics. Is that wrong?
Yeah, yeah. This is not ambulance, this is for paramedic services which are provided by fire personnel.
I see, okay. Thank you.
I motion to approve.
Call to vote.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Okay, we already did 6B earlier, so we move on to 6C.
Item 6C is award a contract to West Yost Associates for professional engineering services to prepare the 2019 Water Master Plan update. And Mr. Murray is here to give the report.
Thank you, Ms. Pomeroy. Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Tonight, City Council is being asked to award a contract to West Yost and Associates to prepare a water master plan. The last water master plan was developed in 2008, and many of the recommendations have been completed. The proposed master plan will include, but is not limited to, the evaluation and updating of fire flow requirements, and in light of recent construction, changes associated with the general plan so that will develop other possibilities in construction. So basically changes in land use. And anticipated large demands such as the Garden Grove School District's modernization project, which will include sprinklers. So all of those additional demands will be included in the plan. The plan will also address the risk and resilience of the city's water system to both natural and man-made disasters. This is a new requirement and needs to be made within I think it's a couple years that we have to do it. Once our facilities are assessed and the hydraulic model updated, the master plan will provide an analysis of our distribution network and related facilities to determine a replacement schedule. In short, the master plan will provide a roadmap for our department for our future capital improvements. In spring of 2019, the city issued a request for proposals to prepare the water master plan. 5 proposals were received last month. The proposals were evaluated to determine the most qualified candidate, and West Yost Associates was ranked the highest. The negotiated cost of the plan is $1,020,000 and will be paid for using water enterprise funds. Staff recommends awarding the contract to West Yost Associates and to authorize the city manager to execute the agreement and minor adjustments. This concludes staff's report, and I'm available should you have any questions.
Okay, any questions?
I have one question on this. This was budgeted, right, over the last 10 years it's been budgeted for?
This was included in the rate study and budgeted within our new rates.
Thank you.
Call to vote.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Alrighty then, takes us on to ordinances for second reading, 7A.
Item 7A is the second reading and adoption of ordinance number 2905 entitled, "An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Garden Grove Establishing a Nepotism Policy for Boards, Committees, and Commissions."
I'll move second reading and adoption of ordinance 2905.
Second.
Call to vote?
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Thank you. Next up is matters, but before we do that, let's take a 5-minute break. You guys ready to go? Do we have everybody we need? Alrighty. Alrighty, we will reconvene. We're moving on to matters from mayor and city council members. We do have one agendized matter, 8A, which is a discussion on whether to establish a commemorative flag policy as requested by the city council. We're going to start with speaker cards that we deferred till now. We actually have 26 cards. We're going to limit comments to 3 minutes per person this evening for the item. And I see another one coming on. All right, we're going to start with Raida Hamidi.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm here on behalf of myself. A friend of mine, Hugh, asked me to speak tonight. I cannot accept a proclamation for refugees without also supporting and fighting for our LGBT sisters and brothers. I know that refugees have been persecuted, and so have our LGBT sisters and brothers, and they fight for safety. And by you supporting tonight the vote to uphold the flag, the pride flag, you're also sending a message to the residents and the people of Garden Grove. You're saying that you're safe and that you have the right to safety. So I urge you, at the least, just to see that as a simple message for every one of you have the right to feel safe in this city. And if you save a life or save one person from being bullied by raising that flag, I hope you go to sleep better, and you're going to help everyone else go to sleep better. Thank you.
Thank you. Tien Lau, followed by Abel Sanchez.
Hello, good evening, City Council. My name is Jesse Cao, and I am a Vietnamese queer, a teacher, and a product of Garden Grove School District. I went to Stanley Elementary, Ralston Intermediate, and I'm a Garden Grove High School alum. As various schools come and use this building for various award ceremonies and commencements, I want to tell you what holding a rainbow flag in this building means to them. It means to our students. A rainbow flag tells our LGBT students that they aren't alone and that we see them and we support them. A rainbow flag tells all our students that hate and intolerance will not be accepted and be a part of this community. A rainbow flag tells our LGBT students that they are not alone. This is important because LGBT students are the group that is most at risk of attempting suicide in schools. Gay and lesbian students are 3 times as likely to commit suicide than their heterosexual counterparts. Transgender students, 6 times as many. Having a rainbow flag in this building isn't going to completely fix that. But I can tell you as someone who was in this building for the 8th grade Ralston award ceremony, that having the rainbow flag in this building will tell a closeted and self-hating me that you are seen, you are supported, and we are here for you. Today, as a teacher, I urge you to vote yes to allow this flag to be in this building for our students. Thank you.
Abel Sanchez, followed by Cheyenne Yen.
Good evening. My name's Abel Sanchez. I'm straight. To you guys, to my beautiful people here, I'm an ally. Okay? Ally doesn't only mean that, oh, I have gay friends. Oh, these, that No. I wish people would stop saying that. Okay? I can have all the gay friends in the world is what I do. Okay? In my heart and what I do in the community. I've been working with the LGBTQ plus community since 1990. The LA gay community gave me one of my first jobs. They could have turned me away, said, you know what, we only hire gay people, but they hired a straight guy. Okay? Turn that around. See how that feels. Think about it. Okay? And these are the things I want to get across. I'm not here to insult any of you. I don't want to hurt your little feelings this week, dude. You know? I'm just, seriously, and I'm not, you know, I'm trying to be positive. Now I'm an ally even more because I'm a proud father of my pansexual daughter. I am very proud of her, who she is, who she's become, and where she's going. Okay? Getting out of the subject a little bit. I went to IKEA last week. Who likes IKEA? Come on, seriously. Who likes IKEA? We went, and guess what? The pride flag was flying up next to the American flag and next to the California flag. This is a corporation who can risk millions of dollars because people who don't believe in the pride flag will not show up to buy. But guess what? People are still going. It's okay. It's okay to take that risk. Okay? Putting it up here, what are you risking? I'm sure your votes. But you turn around. Be honest, people. Those of you against the flag, raise your hand. Be honest. Okay? I'm talking. I'm talking. You get your chance. People, who's here for the flag? Raise your hand. These are the votes. We're here. Okay? We're here and we want to be part of this community. I want my daughter to feel part of this community. Both my daughters. And these beautiful people. And you know what? I invite anybody. I've worked with at the LGBTQ Center in Orange County with my nephew. I'm a straight guy. There's no homophobia. I'm like, oh, scared, you know. I'll invite any of you guys. Dude, I'll invite you, dude. Come and work with us, you know? And we'll go get Tommy's after. Something, you know, something cool, dude. And I'm cool with that, dude.
Okay, you got to wrap it up.
Okay, just please consider the flag.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Cheyenne Yen.
Good evening. I am just here to voice my support for the LGBTQ plus community as a member, queer and trans member myself. I urge you all to please include the pride flag as a commemorative flag in the city's flag policy. Thank you.
Nicholas Dibbs, followed by Allison Vo.
Mayor Jones, members of the council, I spoke out at the last meeting on May 28th, suggesting that every proclamation that this city passes, whether it's World Refugee Day or Gay Pride Month or whatever the proclamation is during the year, we have a number of proclamations that come up throughout the year, as you know. And when I go down to City Hall, I don't see any of them posted. So I think there needs to be somewhere a wall or an area when you walk into the first floor at City Hall where all the proclamations for that month are on display. So or they're on display for a month. So if you pass something the end of the month, you keep it up for at least 30 days. I think it makes sense to have every proclamation that's passed by the council on display when you walk when you're inside at the first floor somewhere, so people can see the proclamations that the council passed. Now, some organizations have a flag and some don't. There was a suggestion at the last council meeting is why don't we put the flag up on the wall with the proclamation? That I don't see anything wrong with that. But I'm not just saying that for Gay Pride Month that we only put that proclamation up, but that we have it, all the proclamations that are passed are up at City Hall for 30 days. And I'm grateful the council has passed the one on World Refugee Day. So how much time do I have left? Anyway, a minute and 20 seconds, okay. The second speaker brought up something interesting that I did bring up at the last meeting, which is that suicide rates are going up. And I pointed out the fact at the May 28th meeting, on the cover of USA Today for May 20th, help elude suicidal teens. And so I have a copy of, we had unfortunately, a teen 12-year-old attempting suicide on Memorial Day that day, and a citizen of Garden Grove found out through his son what was going on. It was being live streamed, and social media is part of the problem. So I'm suggesting that the city have a youth commission also to focus in on reducing teen suicides and working with the school district and helping to implement programs to reduce suicides. One suicide is one too many. So I'm going to give it to you. I've emailed it to you. So we need to have awareness of this issue, and I appreciate your listening. Thank you.
Allison Voa, followed by Peterson Fan.
My name is Allison Vo, and I'm the Youth Organizing Coordinator at Viet Rise. I'm also a queer Viet refugee, constituent, and resident of Garden Grove. I have been present at the past 2 city council meetings listening to you discuss flying the pride flag for the month of June. I have watched you deliberate and argue with each other in confusion and offer only tautological arguments as to why you refuse to fly the flag. This is immensely frustrating. You are our elected officials. It is normal and a pillar of a healthy democracy for constituents to demand accountability from those they elected into leadership positions. We are also allowed to remind you that it is the job of electeds to listen and address these issues directly and always with the community in mind. Today, our community is here again to tell you that we want the pride flag to be flown proudly. It is one step forward in the right direction, one way to begin addressing decades of systematic violence that has targeted our queer, trans, and non-binary community members. You have a valuable opportunity to finally begin addressing and stopping the cycle of violence, finally stopping the decades of violence created through erasure, marginalization, and further othering. This is your chance to end the ways in which the city of Garden Grove and its leadership have perpetuated and have been complicit in the silencing, invisibilization, and systematic criminalization of LGBTQ+ people in its history. Today, you can begin repairing this history of harm and violence by ensuring the pride flag is a commemorative flag in our city's flag policy. If you haven't realized yet, we are not going anywhere. We are and have always been here, and we are here to stay now and always.
Peterson Fan, followed by Celia Serrato.
Hi, Mayor. Hi, council members. Hi, staff. I was here 2 weeks ago. My name is Peterson, resident of Garden Grove. I'm committed and dedicated to my city. That was my last time that I was speaking about. Chair of NICC, Board of Viet Rainbow of Orange County. What I didn't share was I work in Garden Grove as a social worker, as a clinical social worker providing therapy to children. And I've been working in the behavioral health field for about 5 years. And everywhere that I go, I have a little flag or a little plaque, just something rainbow in my office just to create a little bit more of a safety kind of climate wherever I work. And this has, this small gesture has created such a large impact everywhere that I go. I've had so many LGBT students come out to me. I currently work with kids, and a couple weeks ago I saw just 2-3 kids just talking about how proud they are about being LGBT, and right in front of my office. And seeing these kids talk about these things and be so proud of themselves is something that I would like to see happen in our city. Putting up the flag, the rainbow pride flag, is such a simple gesture. Something so little can create such a large impact. By not putting up the pride flag, it it's a slap to the face to all the LGBT constituents in your districts. You had 2 weeks to talk to your community members. I spent those 2 weeks talking to my community members. After the meeting, some of the people who I'm friends with, who I'm strangers with, actually some of them, your family members, have come up to me and said that we hope that Garden Grove turns around and creates an inclusive flag policy. So I hope that you've been able to speak to the right community members. Other things that I've heard from speaking to my community members is that Garden Grove is known as Garbage Grove, and by not flying the rainbow flag and having this kind of decision, this kind of argument around the flag policy continues to create the stereotype for our city, a stereotype that I don't appreciate, and I am sure that you all don't appreciate either. So please consider having an inclusive flag policy for our city, and please fly the rainbow flag. Like I said, it is such a simple gesture, but such a large and lasting impact for our city. I would love to see everybody in our city live every day, and any day really, with pride. Thank you.
Thank you. Celia Serrato, followed by Karen Rodriguez.
Hi, Mayor. Hi, City Council members. Thank you for having us and listening to us today. My name is Celia Serrato. I live in Garden Grove. I'm a college student. I am a queer woman of color. And I would just like to keep it short and sweet today. I would like to say, if the pride flag could speak, it would say, "We see you. You matter. Your life is valuable. Your existence is valid. And you are welcome in this community." Ultimately, the pride flag symbolizes solidarity and love. And I can find no legitimate reason as to why it should not be in Garden Grove. So today we ask that the pride flag be a flag in the city of Garden Grove's commemorative flag policy. And then just to add to that, for personal reasons, I moved around like 20 times. And Garden Grove happens to be the city that my family and I have lived in the longest. And I've always told people that it is my favorite city, and I love it. I'm just so happy to be here. So it really broke my heart when I heard that you guys did not want to put the pride flag, or there was just some deliberation. Because I would really like to keep saying that. I would really like to keep saying that I'm proud of this city, that I'm proud of living here. So thank you for listening, and have a great night.
Thank you, Celia. Karen, and then Mai Nguyen.
Good evening. I just want to start off by saying that I feel honored to be here with the folks of the LGBTQ plus community and allies. Your resilience is beautiful. I'd like to start by saying that I'm speaking on behalf of ACCORD, Orange County's Communities Organized for Responsible Development, on the issue of the City of Garden Grove flying the pride flag. ACCORD not only supports Garden Grove flying the pride flag, but also urges the City Council members to act in a way that supports and encourages the visibility of the LGBTQ plus community. This city should celebrate alongside its residents, not try to ignore, hide, or shame the community. Other cities in Orange County have embraced their diverse communities and have chosen to stand on the right side. This isn't about what you believe individually. You are here to represent all Garden Grove residents. And today, residents are here defending their rights, asking you to represent them and acknowledge the LGBTQ plus community. If you are against anything on this issue today, it should be against the aggressive attempt to erase this community. Please vote in favor of flying a flag that celebrates the humanity and love in our communities. Thank you.
Mai Nguyen, followed by Hugh Nguyen.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. I would like to first off thank you so much for your service today, and to start off with just something that happened earlier. I realized that the gentleman here had, we left the flag up, and, he told us to remove the flag, and out of anger and out of just frustration, I stepped up and I said, no, I grabbed the flag to move it. Not realizing that these seats was placed for, accessible folks for that may need that accessibility. So I would like to apologize on my actions, because I realized that, not that I shouldn't act like that. I realized that the action I did was from pain. The anger that we experience is from the source of pain that we went through growing up in our community, seeing what happened in our community. I want the city council members to hear not just our anger, but to understand our pain. I want you all to listen to our stories like it is yours. I want to share a quote that really meant a lot to me. It's by Harry Emerson Fosdick. To keep the golden rule, we must put ourselves in other people's places. But to do that consists in and depends upon picturing ourselves in their place. I remember in American history class reading about the great movement of change throughout our history. I remember about the suffrage movement and how I wish I could be there marching with them. I remember reading about the concentration camp and would wish to be there to fight. I remember reading about the civil rights movement and would wish to be there to protest. With each and every movement, we learn about a beacon, a sign of hope, that each movement has specific works that have created these change, not just all at once, but one at a time. Garden Grove could be a part of that. Garden Grove could be a part of this change. I would like you to imagine your children, your grandchildren, your residents. What would you do? Please show us. Show what you would do when we look back upon this moment. Thank you.
Hugh Nguyen, followed by Stevie Vu.
Good evening, mayors and council members. Again, my name is Hugh Nguyen. I am a licensed clinical social worker. I am a resident of District 4 with Mr. Fat Bui. I'm a founder of Viet Rainbow of Orange County. I'm also director at APAIT, which is a nonprofit in Garden Grove. And I've also attended schools here in Garden Grove. 2 weeks ago, many expressed their thoughts, told you their stories of being homeless, disowned, discrimination, and even attempted suicides. We showed you our continued resiliency to live and to thrive. We passionately and thoughtfully expressed to you what the rainbow flag means to us and the LGBTQ community. The flag represents diversity, love, and how hard we have fought to be heard and be seen as equals. I want to address some of the comments and discussions that occurred from the council members. Mr. Bui, you mentioned several times your involvement in supporting the inclusion of Viet LGBTQs in the Lunar New Year and Tết Parade, at times even at odds with your other parade organizers. You also expressed that you wish you could do more back then. Well, tonight is an opportunity for you to do just that. Stand up and support fully the recognition of the LGBTQ community as equal by voting for a commemorative flag that's inclusive of the rainbow flag. Nothing more, nothing less. Secondly, some on the council felt that they were called out for their expressed thoughts and beliefs. Some felt attacked and offended by being called out because you don't believe that voting no to flying the rainbow flag and recognizing the LGBTQ community means that you are against us. I can understand where you're coming from, being called something that you believe is not true about you. I remembered being called an illness, a disease, someone that's unnatural, and that my parents need to raise me better. Some of those words were by Garden Grove Council members, and by school board member Lan, who was just here earlier. We continue to be misunderstood and mistreated as a community. So in an ironic way, I understand what it means to feel misunderstood. We unfortunately don't have the opportunity of working with you day in and day out, have meals with you. So what we have to judge you by as public officials are your voting records and these moments we share in this room when policies that impact us, our lives, and our people are discussed or being voted on. Tonight, make your vote count and be on the right side of history. Be a part of creating a city that affirms all of its residents. The rainbow flag symbolizes hope and sacrifices that have been made to afford the LGBTQ community many of the freedom that we have today. Vote for a commemorative flag policy and include the rainbow flag as a commemorative flag. Nothing more, nothing less. Thank you.
Stevie Vu? Wait, oh, that's you, okay. And then followed by Justine Banal.
Hi, I'm Stevie Vu, and I would just like to address the mayor and the council members, and also happy birthday to our mayor pro tem. I just wanted to kind of bring up how I came to be in Garden Grove. I wasn't born in Vietnam, I was born here. Over 3 decades ago, my family fled Vietnam, and they decided that they wanted to make a better life for themselves here. And consistently, that's the message I hear about Garden Grove, and that's the kind of tradition I think about when I think about Garden Grove, about making a better future for those who live here and those who could live here in the future. That's the kind of tradition I always remember when I'm going about my day or I'm meeting new people, and it's that tradition that kind of is the thread that keeps us all together. And so today I asked the council members if we have forgotten that tradition. And if we have forgotten that our jobs are to make a better place for the people who follow us. I'm sure that when you guys became council members that you guys didn't do it for yourselves. You did it for your community, and you did it for your city, and you did it for your families even. And you decided that this is what I have to do to make a better place. And flying the rainbow flag is exactly what you guys have to do to make Garden Grove a better place for people who are looking to you and voting for you every single year and kind of hoping that you guys will represent them. This rainbow flag, as Peterson has mentioned, is just a small gesture of your allyship and a small gesture of you standing for us. And for the people who don't stand for this rainbow flag, it's but a minor nuisance in their daily traffic routine. But for people of the LGBTQ plus community, not flying this flag is representation that we don't matter, that we will never matter, and that we will continuously be swept under the rug even in 2019. And in 2019, when we're looking at other countries and we're looking down upon other countries and we're trying to think of ourselves as the great one, as America as the great one, or Garden Grove as a great city, we really need to think about our actions and about what we're doing that makes us great. And if we are not doing anything to make us great, why are we here?
Justine, followed by Sean Thomas.
Good evening, Garden Grove City Council. My name is Justine Banal. I stand before you today as a resident of Orange County and an LGBTQ identified daughter of Filipino immigrants. For the LGBTQ plus community, Pride Month is more than a celebration of parades and rainbows. It is about acknowledging our continued struggle and fight to be seen and to survive. Pride Month began as a protest in the 60s against acts of violence against LGBTQ plus people at the Stonewall Inn in New York.
acts of violence perpetuated by members of law enforcement, the people whose duty is to serve and protect everybody. What started at Stonewall is a continued fight for LGBTQ plus individuals that they face in public and even in their own households. For me, since coming out, I continuously struggle to call my house a home for simply loving and existing as I am. I think something we can all agree on is that home is where you're supposed to feel the safest. Home is where you don't have to put up a front. And tonight, I stand with the members of the LGBTQ plus community and allies to call upon you as public servants to do just that. Serve the people who call Garden Grove their home. To serve those who call Orange County their home. Our identities are political, but the only agenda we have is to exist as we are, to feel safe where we live, to know that our government has our back and is actually invested in all its community members. Flying the pride flag for 1 month would not only acknowledge the lifetime of struggle that this community faces, it would show anyone who sees it that this city acknowledges and addresses the needs of all its members. And I'm not alone. There are literally people behind me, people who signed a petition and showed up tonight, students, professionals, educators, activists, using their Tuesday evening to be seen, to make a statement, and to show you how important this is for us. We call this city and our county our home, and all we're asking is for you to make us feel that way. Thank you.
Sean Thomas, followed by Tom Raber.
I am Sean Thomas, Mayor, members of council. I come here tonight because I have been part of this struggle probably before some of you were born. And I have to tell you, it's been an uphill battle. And no one should have to contemplate suicide because of who they are. And it happens. It happens a lot. And you're giving the authority to fly the rainbow flag says to this community, as these kids have said, you matter. You matter a lot. I'm very proud to say that after almost 30 years of struggle in the Congress of the United States, finally the House of Representatives has passed an Equality Act. And every time I hear that word, the Equality Act, we don't need an Equality Act because we are already equal. John Kennedy said in his inaugural address, the rights of man stem not from the generosity of the state, but from the hand of God. We are equal. We are people who have struggled. We've been turned away by our families, by our churches, by people who are supposed to love us and care for us. Please, let this community, let this city know that the LGBT community is here, we're proud, and we want to be acknowledged as equals with every other citizen of this city and this county and this country. Thank you.
Tom Raber, followed by Dustin Nguyen.
All right, hi, I'm Tom Raber. My last 2 meetings I've been at here, I've always called it the other flag. Okay, and I'm going to do that tonight also. Because we're not here to discuss a certain flag. We're here to discuss their flag. And it is their flag. We are living in a time that everybody wants everything, including illegals coming to California and the United States of America. We have these same people in a government meeting talking out as they are in a baseball game. These same people clicking their fingers as they think that they are crickets. These same people bowling the people that are not agreeing with them. These same people rather use the word community than the words organization or nonprofit. We need order in this council meeting. We need it now. Just so you know, over a month ago, I investigated VROC. VROC is a non-profit organization. Their EIN number is 46-548967. I was going to go over there and meet with them. But the only thing on record is a P.O. box in Garden Grove. So you guys out there think that I don't care? I do. But there's no address. On the matter of other flag, our president, Trump, made an excellent decision that no other flag will be flown at an American embassy. The only flag flown is the American flag. I still say our city just needs to maintain the federal flag policy. No more, no less. Lastly, at the last council meeting, of the 25 speakers, 22 just talked about suicide. No reason why the flag should be there, just suicide. And no other reason for the other flag. The American flag is for everyone that is here legal. For the people, to the people, and thank you.
Dustin Nguyen, followed by John Araujo.
Good evening, Mayor Jones and council members. I'm Dustin Nguyen. I spent my formative years in the Garden Grove Unified School District being educated at Susan B. Anthony Elementary, McGarvin Intermediate, and La Quinta High School. I am now the Director of Communications and Outreach at St. Wilfrid of York Episcopal Church, where it is in our baptismal vows to serve Jesus Christ in all persons, honoring the dignity of every human being, which includes God's beloved LGBT children. According to the Pledge of Allegiance, we are one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. What is God but love? 1 John chapter 4, verses 7 through 8 says, "Everyone who loves is born of God and knows God. Whoever does not love does not know God, for God is love." Being one nation under love, we are then compelled to seek liberty and justice for all of God's people, especially for those on the margins. Including the pride flag as a commemorative flag is about something greater than even the LGBT community. It is an affirmation of our shared humanity. This is about all of us. This is about being reconciled with our LGBT brothers and sisters. For us to be in right relationship with God, we must be in right relationship with our neighbors. A devout Christian himself, C.S. Lewis, wrote, "Next to the Blessed Sacrament itself, your neighbor is the holiest object presented to your senses." So I ask you, what will you do to be in right relationship with the LGBT neighbors in your midst? What will you do to love your neighbor as yourself? Our LGBT brothers and sisters are made in the image of God and are his beloved children. So are we. We are all God's children, one human family under the heavens, here but for a moment in eternity on this pale blue dot. Our lives are too long for anything but growth, and too short for anything but love. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Are you John? Okay, and then followed by Bob Tucker.
Thank you, esteemed council members, for your time and undivided attention to a matter very close to the city's heart. As a lifelong Orange County resident and graduate of Servite High School, I, John Araujo, maintain nothing but love and respect for the city of Garden Grove, home to countless of my friends, classmates over the years. My thoughts immediately turned to the late Dr. Sammy Lee, a story you guys may be familiar with, which I believe is pertinent to today. Despite blatantly racist and discriminatory society, he became the first Korean American man to win a gold medal at the Olympics, and later went on to become a successful medical doctor. When he and his Chinese American wife sought to live in Garden Grove, realtors refused to sell him a house because they were forbidden from selling to people who are non-white. Finally, a Jewish man, empathetic with the discrimination they faced, sold them a furnished model home in the city. Dr. Sammy Lee is also the renowned coach of decorated Olympic diver, LGBT and HIV advocate Greg Louganis. Dr. Sammy Lee lived a long and gigantically successful life of 96 years. And I can't help but imagine how ashamed and frankly disgusted he must feel to learn that Garden Grove is still struggling with its acceptance of loving residents. Council members, I humbly implore you, will you please consider this small but very greatly meaningful token of support by flying the rainbow flag in acceptance and solidarity of your LGBTQ+ neighbors. We're your siblings and friends, and coworkers, acquaintances, and children. You were chosen to represent all of your constituents, regardless of age, race, ability, religion, gender, or sexuality. And I want you to reflect on how you will be remembered, and I ask you to be on the right side of history. I believe that the idea of this being a slippery slope for other flags to be flown is unsubstantiated, as I believe that non-government flags will be evaluated and flown on their own merits. And the importance of flying the pride flag is visibility, because that matters so much to us. And history will interpret these slippery slope excuses as clandestine phobia. Please consider us.
Bob Tucker, followed by Julie Herrick.
Hi, I'm Bob Tucker. I live in District 5. Thank you, Ms. Klopfenstein, for your service. I'm a proud gay man who has supported Measure O. It was important to pass. Not everybody agreed with that. I've supported 2 school bonds here. It was important to support the city in many ways. I'm here to ask your support for the flag policy to include the rainbow flag. I buy in Garden Grove. I think it's important to spend money here. But don't send a message when you're going to build 2 new big hotels over in my area that maybe gay people aren't welcome. Don't ask me to support another tax measure if you're saying, but you know, we built these hotels, but we don't want gay money. We don't want that infrastructure money. So Garden Grove must be welcoming to all. Your brand must be welcoming of everybody. But history wasn't always that way. I remember, I've lived here a long time, in the late 70s, the city or the highway patrol, somebody put up a sign saying, "Welcome to Little Saigon." And that sign had to be changed almost every week, almost every month. Why? Because of bullet holes in the sign. They change it out, they put up a new sign. So Garden Grove wasn't always welcome of everybody in the beginning, but became welcoming later. I mean, that was an embarrassment. That is not Garden Grove's brand today, and it shouldn't be. So adopt a flag policy that shows Garden Grove is inclusive of all its citizens and welcomes all visitors to this city. Please, thank you.
Julie Herrick, followed by Carlos Perea.
Hi, council members. My name is Julie Herrick, and I'm an ally here today in support of LGBTQ+ friends to ask you to fly the rainbow flag. When you choose to fly the rainbow flag, you send a strong signal to the residents of Garden Grove that they are seen, accepted, and valued as much as any other member of their city and community. In fact, it's downright life-saving. We've talked some about suicide tonight. If we're serious about preventing suicide, we can't talk about it as an isolated issue without addressing the root causes, such as the despair that comes from living in a community surrounded by isolation and judgment just for being yourself. That despair can be cured by visibility and acceptance. And when all people feel valued in their community, they're more engaged in their community and the whole city gets stronger. I'm asking you to join your neighboring cities of Aliso Viejo, Anaheim, Fullerton, Laguna Beach, Costa Mesa, and Santa Ana, who've already made the decision to fly the flag in support of their citizens, and will you please join them?
Carlos, followed by Tracy Law.
Good evening, members of the council and mayor. My name is Carlos Perea. I'm the Policy and Programs Director for Resilience Orange County and the community organization that focuses on immigrant communities and youth of color. And we work with a lot of immigrant families from the city of Garden Grove, and we engage with thousands of young voters in the city every year, every election cycle, to educate them about the issues that matter. So FYI, young people do vote. I can say much about the issue around the pride flag, and much has been said about why it's important that you should fly it. But I'm here to speak more about history and remembrance. As you all know, and as the gentleman behind myself that promotes anti-immigrant rhetoric said, the Trump administration has placed a ban on the U.S. embassies on flying the flag. Now, why is that important? Because actions do matter, and actions send a message, and actions send shockwaves. So the shockwave and the message that this administration is giving us is that LGBTQ people don't matter. You know, Martin Luther King Jr. famously said, "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice." So tonight, my question for you, council members and mayor, to really look into yourselves and question your hearts is on which side of that arc are you going to be bending towards? Are you going to be bending towards the shameful side that will remember this time in history as a time of history that embraces the politics of fear, exclusion, and hate? Or will you be on the winning side? Because history will remember, and those that are young, we will write the history. And will you want to be remembered as the council that in Orange County, you're in the few cities in this county that will take the courageous stance towards embracing inclusion, love, and acceptance? And I know, I was here at the last city council meeting, and I heard a lot of you say that you support the community, the LGBTQ community, you know, and I can see it, and I see that you mean it. And not sure what's on your hearts, what is the question in your hearts, whether it's like the protocols, or it's bureaucracy, whether it's politics, what is haunting you. But what I'm asking you right here is that the action that you take right here tonight will speak louder than your words. So please, hope you consider flying the pride flag, and I appreciate you. Thank you.
Tracy, hi Tracy, followed by Lena Tran.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Tracy Law. I'm Executive Director of VIT-RISE. We are an organization that's based here in Garden Grove. And I'm here today to deliver a petition to each of you that VIT-RISE and VROC circulated that I have here in my hands. It includes the names of 216 residents and workers who are asking you to fly the LGBTQ pride flag during Pride Month. I asked the city clerk to give a copy to each of you, so I really hope you have that in your hands. Awesome. I really encourage you to take a look at it and read the names and messages of the 216 community members who signed it and want you to know that they support flying the pride flag. And now, as of now, there's actually 227 signatures, so this is going to keep going and going. You know, before I came here today, I reflected a lot on the comments that our community made during the last two meetings and on all the comments that each of you had made. I was reminded of a moment that occurred years and years ago when I was a high school junior. I was part of a conference in which 500 high school juniors facilitated a statewide mock government. We wrote, voted on, and passed policies that matter to us. You know, during this time, California was still in a huge debate over whether or not we were willing to support same-sex marriage, and I'm glad that we are far beyond that now. One of the policies that passed unanimously by the Mock state government was one that allowed marriage between LGBT people. But the only thing left was for the Mock governor to pass it. And the memory that struck me the most was what she said in front of all of 500 of us next. For religious reasons, she said she wasn't comfortable supporting marriage for the LGBT community. We were really disappointed. We elected her. We wanted and still want our representatives to believe in the safety and active inclusion of the LGBT community. Unfortunately, she told us that despite her personal beliefs, as an elected leader, it was more important for her to listen to the needs of her community. She told us that the community's needs and asked to support the LGBTQ community was more important than her personal beliefs. It passed, and I'll never forget that moment. She put the community's needs and pushed for inclusion more than her own personal opinions. If a high school junior, she was a high school junior at the time, understands the importance of putting community needs above her own personal opinion, then I know that you all, as the elected city council members, can do just the same. Similar to how I'm always going to remember that moment, there are hundreds and thousands of youth and residents that are going to remember the vote that you put on today. Garden Grove calls itself the city of youth and ambition. Garden Grove youth and families are going to remember how you did or did not vote in support of celebrating the LGBTQ community and flying the pride flag. They are going to remember because we're going to make sure that we all remember. I urge you to be part of the community's collective memory and demonstrate that you're willing to be bold and stand on the right side of history. We are not going to let LGBT people be erased from this city, and we expect you to do the same. Over 216 community members are urging you to fly the pride flag this month and include it as a commemorative flag in your flag policy. I'm urging you to do the same. If you need a reminder of why we should celebrate the LGBTQ community, we're going to keep coming back. We're not just here to make comments. We're going to vote and we're going to organize. If you don't celebrate pride and fly the pride flag this month, we're going to keep bringing pride back to you. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council.
Followed by Gary Webb, by the way. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. Council members, my name is Lena Tran, and I work in Garden Grove at Be It Rise as a youth organizer. And thanks for allowing me to speak again on this matter. I know and I understand that has been it's been a pressuring time for all 7 of y'all, but as an ally for the LGBTQ plus community, I can't emphasize enough of how important it is to display the flag in Garden Grove City Hall, as it literally saves humans' lives. I really do mean it. It will give the LGBTQ plus hope to a community that has been oppressed and silenced. For example, if this flag will be displayed in the Garden Grove City Hall, it will be in the headline of many news articles showing that Garden Grove is an accepting, compassionate, and inclusive city. As an active member on Facebook and many of my peers, we see many articles go by, and as my own city of Garden Grove can be in support of the community, especially saving their lives alongside of like suicide, I wanted to mention that, again, this was mentioned in the last meeting, and it's about mental health, where according to Orange County Department of Education, there were 42 students of LGBTQ plus report that they felt sad or hopeless almost every day for 2 weeks or more, that they stopped doing their usual activities on the past 12 months. I would feel immensely happy for these young people scrolling through Facebook that Garden Grove City Council has been supportive of displaying this flag. And this is not about just displaying the flag, but it's about saving lives. So, again, I'm not asking for much, but only for the LGBTQ flag to be part of the commemorative flag policy. Thank you.
Gary Webb, followed by Mark Paredes.
Evening. My name is Gary Webb, and I'm here to speak about the flag. Personally, I'm against it. It doesn't represent everybody. We have one flag that already does that. It represents a special group of people. That's it. It's that group. And when you get down to the bottom line, you cut away all the bull crap, it represents one thing. sexual preference. We all have two different views. Some of us say we don't think it's right, others think it's right. Move on, let it go, leave it at that. But don't celebrate somebody's sexual preference. That's for home, private, not out in the public. And as far as people hating, people are going to hate. There's nothing you can do about it. The flag ain't going to stop it. It's not going to stop the suicides. It's going to take other things to stop that. As far as hate, you can try to educate, but people are going to hate. They're going to hate. That's it. But when you come up here and you try and bully these people here into doing what you want, otherwise this is going to happen to them, that's going to happen. That's wrong. That's just wrong. You talk about being bullied when you were younger, and now you want to come up here and you want to bully everybody else up here. You want to put a label on me and call me names? You don't even know me. You don't know me. But yet, you can do that to me. But don't say anything to you. We have gay pride. We have straight pride. You know, I mean, really, seriously. You know, it's just a bunch of crap. All right? If I say this, you call me names. I'm not calling you any names. I'm not trying to hate you.
Yeah, sir.
I apologize.
No sweat, no sweat.
It's just, I hate seeing that kind of disrespect for anybody. Treat people with respect. That's all we're asking. You know, just respect. But not to the point to where you're going to promote and celebrate somebody's sexual preference. That's not a public thing. It's not a city thing. It's not a government thing. You can't promote Christianity or any other religion. Don't promote sexual preference.
Mark Paredes, followed by Danielle Serio.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, and members of the community. My name is Mark Paredes, and I'm a resident of Garden Grove for over 17 years. And as a Central Committee member for the Democratic Party, I come here to speak in support of displaying and flying the pride flag in our city hall. I recall a few years back, and not so long ago, our city approved a proclamation that recognized the city of Garden Grove as a city of compassion. This meant to return to basic human values such as love, compassion, kindness, and forgiveness. Having friends, family, and knowing many community members who are part of the LGBTQ community, one of the common struggles that I have heard, and not to generalize this community, is the fear of how folks in the community will be accepted and how they'll be viewed by others. There are many who still remain afraid to come out because of how they will be viewed. As a city of compassion, and we're having this debate right now of whether to display a flag or not, is honestly a shame on our part. We are a community filled with diversity, and we need to acknowledge and celebrate diversity. And by not being able to show our support, how can we say we're truly compassionate? I hope and urge the members of our council to support not just flying the flag over City Hall, but really show more than that, and that we can recognize and accept the members of the LGBTQ community. Thank you.
Danielle, followed by Yuen Hong. Win Hong, sorry.
Hi, good evening. I spoke last time here representing High Tide Roller Derby, which is based out of District 1 in Garden Grove. And I spent some time last time, we were here really late, right? But I stayed late and tried really hard to do a lot of listening last time, because I know that there's a lot of anger in my community and a lot of feelings just in general about this issue. And so I tried to listen to not only the opposition, but people who were just sort of separate from this issue entirely and what their positions were. And something that I heard a lot of was whether or not you should have this commemorative flag notion at all, right? Regardless of anything about a specific type of flag. And I wanted to speak a little bit to that, to whether or not we should just have just the United States flag and that would be the only one, and whether or not it's even right to consider other commemorative flags. So I'm a high school teacher, and we do the Pledge of Allegiance every single day in my classroom, right? I've been teaching for 7 years, 180 days, and so this is something that I think about a lot, about, reverence for and respect for and attention to our flag. And it's something that if you've ever been in a high school classroom, when you do the Pledge of Allegiance, the levels of reverence vary based on a student, right? And so they can all stand up and they all say it, but like, do they actually hear it? Are they actually paying attention? Are they thinking about what it means to them to be an American? And so as an AP Lang teacher, as I teach advanced placement language and composition, we do a lot of talk about argumentation, and we talk about whether or not you should say the Pledge of Allegiance personally, like they decide for themselves whether or not they're going to say it or sit or stand. And I say no matter what you do, take that time, take those 30 seconds to really reflect on what it means to be an American citizen, what that means to you, whether or not it's something that you feel personal pride in. And that's something that I think is really important, is that when students are pledging allegiance to the flag, they're really not, right? It's not the flag they're pledging allegiance to. They're spending a lot of time pledging allegiance to their country and to make a choice to be a good citizen. And that means being a good neighbor, that means being thoughtful and reverent to each other. And I think that it's important to note that attention, that reverence is not like a pie. Like, I don't have just this much available. And if I have another flag next to the American flag, it's going to take something away from that reverence or from that attention. That's not really how that works, right? I can be patriotic and I can be thoughtful about my country and also think about these other communities and be thoughtful to them as well. And I think that's critical. It's not taking something away from the flag to have other flags surrounding it, especially like as we get close to the 4th of July. We think about flag code and what it means to have this flag around. I think really the disrespectful thing is having it used in advertisements on beer cans and on boxer shorts and stuff. That's, I think, the problem that we have with our reverence to the American flag. I think we should spend a lot more time thinking about what that flag means to us than worrying about if adding something additional is taking away from it. So thank you, I appreciate it. I also have, I have stickers for you for our roller derby league because I know you want to support us. And so I'm going to start it here and you can pass it. Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Win Hong, followed by Michelle Salcedo.
Ooh, if it's a laptop, thank God. Hi, everybody. It's me again, Win, your constituent. Another day, another meeting, right? So this is my 3rd time back talking about the same issue. Thank you for getting my name right this time, Mayor Jones. I see you. I appreciate you. So kind of on the same vein of last week's meeting, a little fun fact about myself. Remember me, your constituent, a young person, educated, and I think overall lovely asset to have in a community, wink, is that one of my pet peeves is repeating myself over and over again. And if you've heard a lot from me and others about the importance of flying the pride flag and how much it means to the community, for those living in Garden Grove and in the eyes of others. So I want to talk about something else. So let's talk about community engagement. Let's talk about doing it right. As Councilman Brigham had said last meeting. One of the things that I am is a consultant and an educator. My organization focuses on bridging the trust gap between institutions and agencies with marginalized neighborhoods and communities. We respond to community needs and reflect local aesthetics rather than entering projects with like a preset look. So basically I do community engagement for a living and I get paid. #blessed am I right? And this sounds like a lot of what some of the city council members had wanted to explore, responding to community needs and being for the community. But I want to say that there is a difference between doing community engagement and doing community engagement right. Community engagement does not only happen on the weekdays between the hours of 9 to 5. Community members who have to work, who have families or in general lives, aren't often represented in those community meetings or town halls that operate on the city government's schedule, and they have never been represented, right? Oftentimes they aren't even outreached to. So in my line of work, I have found that oftentimes government agents think that community outreach is the same as engaging and listening to the community. It's not. Outreach is passing a flyer to someone, not asking their opinion. Community engagement is a lot more involved. It involves meeting the community where they're at, asking questions, listening, doing that over and over again, because after all, engagement is an active process. It's not a box that you can check as complete. Often I found governments don't do community engagement right, or if at all, because it is a slow-moving beast. But oftentimes when the government and elected officials don't respond and represent their communities, that's when we see local leaders step up. And at these past 2 meetings, we've seen a lot of people step up, right? So the people behind me and the people from diverse backgrounds who have spoken for the last 3 meetings have been and are doing your work for you. The community is trying to engage you. We are doing the work of outreaching and telling community members. We have done the work of talking to community members, educating on the issue, meeting people where they're at, offering rides to these meetings that are really long and far on a Tuesday, telling their friends, listening to their stories, sharing their experiences, and listening to their own experiences. And we're doing that again and again and again and again. So I want to quickly say that we are your local leaders, right? The youth in this room will lead the future of Garden Grove. So how are you engaging with the future of Garden Grove? So you don't need to do the community engagement. We've done that for you, okay? So since we've been doing the work, I encourage you all to pay the community for all the hours that they have done for you, and hopefully we'll be sending the invoice to you soon. Thank you, goodbye.
Michelle, followed by Lucy. No.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council City members. I am going to identify myself first. My name is Michelle Salcedo. I am a straight Latina cisgender. I have always been a proud ally to the LGBTQ plus community, and now I have become a very proud mom. I want to read something to you, just briefly, about the vision of what Garden Grove is, and that is to be a safe, attractive, economically vibrant city with an informed and involved public, which is part of this. We are a diverse community, keyword diverse, that promotes our unique attributes and preserves our residential characters. What are our values in Garden Grove? Just a quick reminder is that we commit ourselves to the betterment of the individual, the organization, the community by fostering a spirit of trust, creativity, cooperation, integrity, empathy, respect, and quality service to all. That is the values and the vision statement for the city of Garden Grove. I grew up here. I graduated from Garden Grove, class of '98. And I have left Garden Grove because I felt that there were other communities that provided a betterment of quality of life, living, cultural experiences, and what have you. But I'm back here. And what I want to see is a betterment of our community, an establishment in which every single person that resides here, that lives here, that contributes here, that buys here, that goes to school here, that works here, that is a part of this community, feels like they are truly a part of this community. I'm not expecting a lot of change to happen overnight. That's not what I think a lot of our goal is. But what I want to do, honestly, is be part of a representation that's going to extend a hand to you, or you as well can extend a hand out to me. Let's figure out a way to resolve this, if you want to call it a problem, and find a solution that's going to remedy something that will not just please everyone. This is not what this is about. It's about creating a beautiful world of inclusion. There is something that happened that I thought was phenomenal for the County of Orange. On Saturday, the Orange County Fairgrounds and Event Center actually flew the pride flag. Their goal is not to keep it up for 1 day, 1 week, 1 month. Their goal will be to fly it for an entire year. And it's for it to be excruciatingly not only visible, but something so that when we have our fair, the beautiful OC Fair that we've all been to, we should go to support, everyone feels like they're part of something. Everyone feels like they are represented. That's what Orange County should be. That's what I hope that for Garden Grove to move forward in. And Mr. Fatboui, you represent my district. I will be speaking to you soon. And just real quickly, I know my time is up. I will be at OC Pride. I will actually be extending mom hugs I will extend my hand to have, I will openly invite each and every one of you to join me. I will email you, and, join us. See what this community really, truly represents. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucy, followed by Jared Wallace.
Hi, before I start, may I ask my VROC members to support me real fast? 22. Thank you. Stanley Almodovar III, 23.
Amanda Alviera, 25. Oscar A. Araceno Montero, 26.
Rodolfo Ayala, 33.
Alejandro Barrias Martinez, 21. Martin Benitez Torres, 33.
Antonio D. Brown, 30.
Daryl R. Burt II, 29. Jonathan Vega, 24.
Angel Cadelaro Pedro, 28.
Simon Fernandez, 31. Juan Chavez Martinez, 25.
Luis D. Conde, 39.
Corey Cornell, 21. Tevin Crosby, 25.
Frankie Velasquez, 50.
Dianca D. Drayton, 32. Mercedes Flores, 26.
Peter O. Gonzalez Cruz, 22.
Juan R. Herrero, 22. Paul Henry, 41.
Frank Hernandez, 27.
Miguel Honorato, 30. Javier Jorge Reyes, 40.
Jason B. Josephat, 19.
Eddie J. Justin, 30. Anthony Disla, 25.
Christopher Leonin, 32.
Brenda L. Marquez McCool, 49. Jane Perez, 35.
Akara Murray, 18.
Akira Monet Murray, 18. John Rodriguez, 27.
Luis O. Ocasio Capo, 20.
Kimberly Morris, 37. Eric Ivan Ortiz Rivera, 36.
Joe Rayon, 32.
Enrique Rios Jr., 25. Juan Velasquez, 37.
Ilmary Rodriguez Sullivan, 24.
Christopher J. Sanfeliz, 24.
You just got to wrap it up.
Xavier Rosado, 35.
So since we have to wrap it up, tomorrow is actually the 3rd anniversary of the Pulse massacre that occurred.
Could we actually honor the dead, those who were murdered, Mayor? There's only 6 more names.
We have Xavier Manuel Serrano, 35.
Gilberto Raymond Silva Menendez, 25. Edward Sotomayor Jr., 34.
Shane Thomason, 33.
Leroy Valentin Fernandez, 25. Luis Velma, 22.
Luis Daniel Wilson Leon, 37.
Jared Wright, 31. And I know our time is up, but if we can just take a moment of silence to honor the lives that lived, for the 49 folks that were murdered because of hate, I would really appreciate that. So if we can spend 20 seconds of your time.
I just wanted to mention, you hear a lot about suicides and about death because death is very real to us. It's an everyday thing, right? I also want to mention that we are part of a nonprofit, but we're actually community members who live in Garden Grove. And we have a P.O. box because, the fear is actually real. Being here is a fear in itself for folks who are not out and folks who are standing up for their friends as well. So thank you so much for your time. I hope you vote in the sense of remembering folks who have passed and folks who are here risking their lives.
Thank you, guys. Jared Wallace, and then last is Mock Lee Wynn.
Hard to follow that. I originally wasn't going to speak tonight, but I remembered a few things that council members said last week, and I knew that I needed to comment. It was brought up last week that some constituents don't want this, or some of you feel that way, and I can say that I've lived in 3 different Garden Grove districts, 2, 3, and 4, and as a substitute in our school district, I've worked in all of these districts on this map here, and I can attest that many residents do want this, not just the LGBTIA plus folks, not just the active allies. It was also insinuated that this is only an issue that a small minority is complaining that they aren't getting what they want, as if we are children. It has also been brought up online that if people want this so much, why don't they just put the flag on their own property? Even if there wasn't a single LGBTQIA person or active ally in our city, it would still be important that the city do something to have a visual recognition of Pride Month. Don't just do it because there's pressure, do it because it's right. People don't become allies because they're bullied into it. They do it because they recognize other people's humanity and want to stand against bigotry. As our current presidential administration is considering barring embassies and other buildings from flying the flag, we can't let our city be caught in the narrative of ignorance and misunderstanding. And if you're going to give reasons for not flying the pride flag, for whatever reason, please give your suggestions for how the city can do an authentic show of pride. Where else in the city will you put up rainbow colors? How else can you show pride? We are here supporting this not just as 1 or 2 nonprofits. We are not just one self-serving group. We are a community. We are Garden Grove's community. We're not going away. And as I can attest, being here myself, even the introverts are here. So thank you for your time, and please consider adopting this policy so we introverts can go home.
All right, that's the last of the cards that I have. Am I missing anyone? Did I skip? Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes. Yep.
Hello, my name is Mokli Nguyen. As elected officials, one of your responsibilities is to represent the people of this community. I'm here as a community member and an ally to urge you to put the rainbow flag in the City Hall as a commemorative flag. It is a fact that the youth in the U.S. are generally not involved in political events and action. However, we are here today to speak on a matter that is important to us. I urge you to act in a manner that reflects the voices of this community. Thank you for allowing me to speak in front of you and for listening to my voice.
Thank you. Anyone else still wishing to speak? Oh, please come forward. Did you fill out a card? Okay, well, you can still come forward. Yeah, please fill one out right after with the clerk for the record. Yeah.
I'm sorry that I didn't fill out a card. Sorry. Hi, my name is Cheyenne Hassett. I was at another city council meeting tonight, and I left. I felt the need to be here. I am also an introvert, and this makes me extremely uncomfortable. But I was born and raised in Orange County. I'm a Navajo woman of color. Wow, can you tell I'm uncomfortable? I'm disabled, and I'm part of the LGBT community and a massive introvert. And I just thought it was important that you know that I left Orange County because one of the reasons was because of not feeling included. And the city council meeting that I was at, I felt comfortable leaving because I knew that that city council, I had faith in them, that they would make decisions that reflected, that they would take care of the LGBT community and that they would make sure that we were represented. And I took a lift all the way down here just to be here to support the LGBT community. I wasn't planning on speaking. And I hope that you know that people outside of Orange County are watching. Thank you very much for your time.
Last call. Anybody else wishing to speak that hasn't spoken?
Thank you. Sorry for my late arrival. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, done a lot of thinking since the last time we gathered here. So I want to just briefly touch on 2 points. First of all, let me say that most of you probably won't know this, but this is an important day for our community. It's a 40-year anniversary of what is marked as the worst massacre ever happened in this country for the LGBT community, called the Upstairs Lounge Massacre. And on that day, members of the New York City community, who oftentimes had to meet in places since it was technically illegal for homosexuals to congregate in public, they met in an upstairs lounge behind a closed door, and while they were in there, there was a sort of double security door. Somebody entered the hallway, filled it with lighter fluid, pounded on the door, lit the hallway on fire, and panic ensued. The bars on the windows were 14 inches apart to keep people from falling out of the windows. Not for security. It was an upstairs building. Some people were able to get out, but most were not. And the last person who tried was a reverend from the MCC Church. He got stuck in the bars and was literally, when you are caught in a fire, usually it's somewhat merciful because you take 1 or 2 breaths of superheated air and your lungs collapse and you die shortly thereafter, oftentimes before getting burned. This man was caught in those bars and was burned alive, screaming, "Oh my God, no." And there's a second part to this, and that's why I want to make this point tonight. First of all, I'm sorry, how many minutes do I get? 3? 3, okay, I better talk fast. So the police arrived, and what did they do? And there's a photo here on my phone. I won't waste my time bringing it up, but if this is even comprehensible, when they arrived, they left this man's body dangling out the window, seared to the metal posts for 24 hours, and did nothing to remove him. So the point is that institutionalized homophobia is just as important to address as individual homophobic or and that's whether it's caused by religious institutions, government institutions, and whatever. So whatever time I have left, I would like to direct only my comments to Councilmember Bui, because of all of the people here, I thought about your background. I know your background, and your background, because I've dealt with it with the TEP parade. And it seems to me that the battle that you live your life for, to take defense of a community that was oppressed by their government, by the institutions in which they were forced to live, it seems to me that you, more likely than Kim, should be the one bringing this motion before us right now. Because this is all about righting the wrongs that the government at all levels, especially even recurring now at the federal level, but this city has a stain on its hands for what it has done. And you have a chance to be part of history right now to translate the request of these folks to be seen with dignity and have those who are struggling with the oppression of their own families or friends or institutions to know that their city council is the one that put up that message that everybody matters, everybody's protected, this is a safe space. And you've lived your life for that struggle, and you shared some of that about the TET assistance that you give, the TEP parade assistance. But But history will show that this will happen. The question is whether it will happen now, and you're going to be on the right side of history. And you, sir, are, if I count my votes right, are going to make that decision either happen or not. And I ask you to understand beyond wet finger to the air. I got 100 emails here, 10 over there. But this is a principled decision of what you have been sworn to do. And I'm not discounting or not asking for the other votes that I don't think we have, but please do the right thing, because I think in your heart you can relate to these folks more than perhaps anyone else on this dais. Thank you.
Alrighty, any other speakers? Okay, seeing none, then we're gonna, it's not a public hearing, but we're gonna stop taking comments and just deliberate amongst ourselves, so there's no more interaction beyond that. Council members, where do we go?
Last time, Councilman Brettingham did open the discussion and comment first, but in response to your suggestion, I would like to open the comment area to express my opinion and my feeling as you asked me. I've been sitting here listening to each of you, and I feel there is so much pain, so much anger in many of you. I also see the passion and the determination that you have shown by coming here, not just tonight, not just at the previous council meeting, but also the one before that. And you come in quite a big numbers. It's convinced me that you believe this in your heart. You have, this is truly how you feel. And as I mentioned to many of you, I have met you, Peter, a couple of times, not recently at the last parade, because there's no need to, because everything seemed to be a little bit better now. I remember you here in Nguyen, especially in the 2014, probably 2014, 2015. It's been quite a few years. My memory got eroded a little bit. And I remember the many radio programs on the Vietnamese radios that you come up many times in the late evening, around 10 p.m. sometime, appealing to the Vietnamese community at large about the need to be inclusive for the LGBT, to be inclusive in the Tet Parade. And I heard many of you crying on the radio program many years ago. I felt that, and that's why the years later, even though the community under different chairmanship at that time, not under mine, won the lawsuit that you guys sued them, but I tried to talk to them in be inclusive for the LGBT. And yes, the first year you are among the the last of the very last group. But then the years after that, I tried to move you guys up, and recently, last year, you were appointed the place in the parade according to the times. There's a few criteria. It has nothing to do with LGBT. It have to be on, number one, the times that you submit the application, and secondly, the type of parade unit that you do, like you are a marching group. So because we want to have float and marching band and marching unit, school and elected official kept spread out, so that not that we don't have all of the school band one together, the military together, and those together. So we try to be doing a little bit better. Now, it may not be the very best that it could be, but we try to do it better. For this particular issue, I felt your pain. It's difficult for me to support the commemoration flag policy because of a different view, not just because I do not appreciate or support the LGBT, but I look at that from more from an angle of a government institution, but not to say that I agree with government should be not welcoming a particular group or another group. Some of you have mentioned earlier that you want the LGBT flag to be in the city hall. You want the city to be inclusive of LGBT. We do. You can always, with the flag, coming into the city. Some of you are working for the city of Garden Grove as an employee, and you are welcome to put the LGBT flag at your desk, at your area. We inclusive of that. I think I noticed a LGBT flag at the Strawberry Parade during the Memorial Weekend. So I think we are inclusive. Now the disagreement is that some of us may think that displaying the commemoration flag may be a little bit too much. It's not about LGBT or not LGBT, but maybe you are not agree with us on that point. But I think it is very important for the remark of the other lady, Michelle Saiseto. I'm not sure if I heard your name correctly. One of the last couple speakers. Today is not about whether we have to do A or do B or do C or the various grade between the alphabets. What we want to engage together is address the issue from a more open dialogue perspective, so that we can find a way to send the message that we are inclusive. We're respecting everyone, including LGBT and other groups. Perhaps we can send that message that the city of Garden Grove does embrace inclusive of LGBT, not necessarily by flying or display the flag at the city hall, but we can do that, the city can do that in many other ways. There's not just one way to do that. We have done the resolution years ago, and we repeat that last city council meeting. We could do more. The only issue that we are indifferent, of at least some of us, is the display of the commemoration flag policy. That may be different, but do not let that to be. I do not know how my colleague will vote tonight on that issue, on that policy, but let not make that be an issue that prevent us from working with each other, supporting each other. And some of you might be angry with me, and that is okay, because I know for the last many years you have gone through a lot of pain. You've been not welcoming, sometimes not at home, sometimes not at work, sometimes not at school, sometimes in other social gathering, and so it's not fair for you. And I also had, I'm telling you, throughout my life, not just coming from an oppressed city with communists, with that, this and that, but even here in the city of Garden Grove, as the chairman of the Vietnamese community, as the elected official, I got a lot of bully threat. Just a couple years ago, I have to file a complaint at the Garden Grove Police headquarters. People threatened to kill me. And in their Facebook, I did save that Facebook in case some of you want to see it. They told me, and I translate into English a little bit for you. They told me that, Mr. Bui, you are a traitor. From now until the end of times, we will hunt you down. Your son, your wife, your family will never have resting peace. We will hurt you wherever you are. I've been through a lot just like you, so I understand. Now, I may not have empathy with you because your problem is different than my problem, but I can understand, I can see the pain in you when it's emulated. The reason I do not support the commemoration flag policies because of other philosophy or principle that guiding me. It's not because I do not support you. And I hope that whatever the outcome is tonight, we continue to have an open dialogue and see what else can we do to be inclusive of all and each other. Thank you.
I guess that leaves me. I will just first want to thank everyone in the audience for speaking, whether you were for or against. This was a beautiful display of our city, variety of residents from different districts, from different backgrounds, from different ages, coming to share, coming to speak up, and ask that their representatives do something that they want to see done. And it's not unusual for residents to come here and complain about short-term rentals or the homeless problem or the lack of something and demanding that we take action on something. This is not an aberration of that. This is what is supposed to happen. This is the form in which it's supposed to occur in. And you know, I find it absurd that we wanted to have community town halls and more meetings and more public hearings and get input from all of our different residents on a flag policy. We have passed so much more important and more financially impacting decisions without getting the opinions of our residents. So to say for a flag policy that we need to do all of this just seems ludicrous to me. We fly the Viet Freedom flag side by side, the U.S. flag up and down our streets. Can we put the pride flag up on our street poles with the U.S. flag, perhaps? I wanted to address, or put the flag above our portraits instead of beside the others, if that will make it better. Can we fly or light up the clock tower in rainbow colors? I heard a lot of no's, but I didn't hear any alternatives. And that was extremely frustrating for me because I didn't even get the courtesy from my colleagues to put this on the agenda the way that I asked for it to be put. If you wanted to vote no, you could have voted no. But I didn't even get that courtesy. I didn't get any other solutions or potential alternatives for this matter. And I wanted to address some things that were being said in the audience. A P.O. box being used for a nonprofit organization is not uncommon. If you look at domestic shelters, they do not give out their address to protect the victims. And technically, everyone had 5 minutes to speak. So the fact that the mayor kindly asked everyone to keep their remarks to 3 minutes, I greatly appreciate those of you that did. But those of you that went a few seconds, a few minutes over, you had 5. I'm not mad. The LGBT community is not a nonprofit. It is not an organization. Groups present here today to speak on behalf of that community may be a nonprofit, may be registered, may have a P.O. box. That doesn't matter. That's not the LGBT community. It's 2 separate entities. Just like the Latino community, the Vietnamese community, the Muslim community, you name it. Those are not nonprofits. Those are groups of people who identify as one, who advocate, who come together, who party, who socialize, who whatever. That's different than an organization and a nonprofit. As a Vietnamese Mexican-American daughter of refugees and survivor of rape, I have a plethora of experiences Whether being followed in stores for fear of stealing or not having the money to pay for something, or being ridiculed for using food stamps to pay for food that my family can't afford, for using Boys and Girls Club after school programs because there's no one to watch me at home, from having my butt slapped, my chest stared at, from having been personally violated in ways you can't imagine. Think about the times that you've been singled out and targeted, and let that be your guide tonight. In my almost 3 years on this council, I have yet to see the number and consistency of people come from all the different districts, come and plead to this council to do something. In the 3 years, that has not occurred. You know, oftentimes we constantly talk about how Garden Grove is a compassionate city and we're welcoming, and we find ourselves in this conundrum. As a city, we genuinely want to see change, but also we are a city whose actions keep things exactly as they are. Change will only come when we have the courage to question our beliefs and our values, but more so listen to the residents who voted for us to ask us to do things on their behalf. And to see to it that our actions lead with our best intentions. Our actions are not leading with the best intentions, and they haven't been the last 3 meetings. The item on the agenda today is not even worth talking about to me, because it's to whether or not we're going to have a commemorative flag policy. When initially all I asked was, can we have the pride flag in the lobby? Following all other flag, federal, national, state adherences to how a flag should be posted. Other agencies, other organizations, other companies, other cities, across this nation are able to do it, and I ask why we can't. We talk about how we don't want to take cookie cutter and take things from other cities and implement it here. We want to do it our own way. We do that every meeting, multiple times every meeting. We take ordinances and resolutions from other cities and we slap our name on it and call it a day. So I'm tired of hearing the excuses as to why we can't do something or why we shouldn't, or where are all these numbers of residents telling you not to do this? I have been contacted neither by residents that want to do this or that don't from my district. All I've seen is the residents coming here to speak tonight, and the craziness is on Facebook, where I have been called a lesbian and that I came out during this meeting. I've had emails targeting me for whatever reason, saying numerous things. Big whoop. I wasn't elected here to spare my feelings. That's not my job. And I'm sorry that it is 10:26 p.m. and we all want to go home, and we wish these comments didn't take so long and that there wasn't 26 people here, but that's the job that you signed up for when you filed papers to run for office. If you don't like it, you shouldn't have ran and you shouldn't be sitting on this dais.
I'm going
Mayor
Pro Tem Koppel.
take a stab at this. You know, it's, for me personally, it's amazing to see how something that's a symbol of a community, of a flag, could bring forth just such a dialogue and such a conversation and so many heated feelings and so much passion on both sides. And we're seeing that. I think having a discussion is a good thing. Whether you agree with all of the discussion or not, it's good. Communication and talking about things is a good thing. There were definitely some comments tonight that struck me. One of which was showing an authentic sense of pride or an authentic show of pride. And I wonder if a flag in the lobby is that. And I'm gonna say why. Several of you approached the dais and read off the names of people that had obviously perished due to suicide. Or anything? Murder, okay. And that's heart-wrenching. As a mother myself, the thought of my child feeling that they couldn't come to me and talk to me about their personal feelings, to be scared, thinking about suicide, all that, gosh, it wants to bring me to tears. So then I asked myself, what else can we do and how can we further the conversation and better reach some sort of understanding as a community? I think that Garden Grove is overall a loving place. I think we're a city that wants to do right by our residents, and I think we can get there. I think this flag conversation, for whatever reason,
And I've been surprised. You know, we just went to OCFA and kind of was crickets from the community, and suddenly we have a flag issue, and whoa, everybody's coming out to talk about it, whether for or against. So obviously, I take notice of that. And so I want to continue a conversation, and I want to figure what can we do. And I appreciate, Councilmember Nguyen, that you bringing up some additional ideas of what we could do, whether it's flags, other areas of the city, or whether it's lighting up a clock tower or so forth. I think that's part of the conversation. I think that if there truly is an issue with suicidal youth in the community, what can we do about that? How can we broaden that conversation? And how as a community can we show our loving support of those people that obviously feel extremely isolated and lonely and desperate? What can we do for them? Who do we have in this community that we can go to and say, let's work on something? I don't know if it's a fundraiser, a community event. What can we do? I think the conversation goes a lot deeper than just this flag this evening for a certain number of days in a lobby of our city hall. And so I'd like to talk further about that with my colleagues this evening and hope that we can come to some better understanding and find a solution this evening.
Councilmember Tuhop.
First of all, I just want to say thank you for your time. You showed for the past 3 council meetings, show you care. You speak from your heart. You speak from the caring for not yourself, but for others. And City of Garden Grove is very diverse. We're embracing diversity. We care for one another. From one community, from Vietnamese community, Latino community, Filipino community, Korean community, LGBTQ communities. And I totally agree with Councilmember Kim Nguyen and Mayor Pro Tem Stephanie. We always have solutions. We just have to try to fight harder. And talk about the commemorative flag policy. We looking to, other cities that already implemented, as long as it's not violating the federal flag code, the state flag code, because every city across, not every city, but a lot of cities across the United States, including Northern California, Texas, some other cities have implemented the commemorative flags at City Hall and even at the state level. But one thing I would just want, we have alternative. For example, I can propose, we always can displace the commemorative flag at the community center where people gather for community events. That's another option that we're looking at and that I would like to, put up for discussion as well. But overall, where I stand is I still believe that we are here for a reason. We're here for caring each other, care for another. We accept each other in our life. Whether you are who you are, we are here to serve each other overall in the society nowadays. So I still believe I'm very supportive of the having commemorative policy, but at the same time we do have other options if it doesn't go through. And all we need to do together is put our thought together, take initiative, work toward for a better solution that work both ways. Thank you.
Go next. So a lot of passionate discussion here, which is always good. When I saw the line item, I obviously knew this would be back this week, and I was really ready to get involved in whether we were going to have a commemorative flag policy, if there was going to be details on that. There was a lot of emotion and passion, but what are we going to do about it? Are we going to do a commemorative flag policy? Are we going to fly a flag? Are we going to light up the clock tower blue? Let's talk about that rather than just all our personal emotion. Are we going to talk about that is where I'm at right now. Are we going to do something else? Are we going to do a commemorative flag policy or not? Because I think everybody knows where I stood on it the last 2 weeks. I'm not against not doing anything, but I mean, let's have some discussion about what we could do together as a community to solve this divide of emotion and compassion and understanding of the flag. I mean, maybe not all the people that I represent you know, back your community. I do. I mean, I'm open to everyone, person to person, face to face. That's how I am. You're free to do whatever you want. That's what that flag stands for. You can do your own religion, your own sexual preference, whatever religion you want. But let's talk about what we can do as a community to get through this together and not be divided. That's my biggest passion, is to not create further division. But go ahead.
No, I agree with you. You know, I find it kind of interesting. And again, thank you guys all for coming out, and I appreciate you guys. I see you guys, and I even see the introverts. So we're good. We're still here. And they're still sitting here, so that's good. But with that being said, I do see the American flag as an important thing. I know I'm the only veteran on this dais, and you know, to say that flags aren't important, to me, that really resonates home, because they are important, okay? And, you know, many of you guys, oh, it's not important, we can just throw a flag up at, you know, this and that. No, we have hundreds of thousands of dead veterans who died for that flag right there, all right, to protect and to represent every American in this room, out of this room, every American. Somebody said commemorative flags don't take anything away, but we all know that's not true. We know that that flag represents everyone. And by putting other flags up, not particularly gay pride or any other flag, you're saying that that flag doesn't represent everyone, because it does. And the beauty of that flag is that you have the right to say it doesn't represent you. But other flags, if you say it doesn't represent you, you'll get bullied. You'll get called names. You know, I don't think we need a commemorative flag. I think we have a flag that represents everyone. So, you know, my motion would be basically to not allow no commemorative flags and to stick to only governmental flags on city property.
So just to chime in, Councilmember O'Neill suggested that we talk about other solutions. I gave you 3 or 4. Pick one and let's roll with it.
Yeah, okay.
If I can, in
Should
regards
we,
to that.
should we take care of the flag policy first, and then we
Well,
talk about the
I
alternative?
feel in some ways we've moved on
Yeah.
from that, just because we're already looking for solutions.
Order for a
Sorry.
second, and let me speak, because I haven't spoken either. For starters, thank you all for coming out, so to speak, tonight. Joking, trying to add a little levity to the room. But seriously, I appreciate your time and your compassion to come out and be here. I know it's scary to come out and public speak, and among other things, but and I appreciate the plight. I think it's amazing. This is a reminder that we still live in this kind of archaic world, that people still have very dated mindsets and prejudices that we have. So that's a shame. I'm gathering, because I'm sort of prone to count to votes and count things as I've seen this progress over several weeks, that there's not particularly an appetite for a flag thing, and which I don't think has to do with this particular community, but it's all the other factors and all the other voices that weigh in through our emails and our phone calls in between time, and the precedence it sets, because then there's 50 other groups that want flags in City Hall next week after this. But you know, we did do the proclamation, which kind of got skipped over and overlooked last week. I think collectively we want to do something that shows that we're inclusive and tolerant, and that everyone is welcome here in Garden Grove, and that's something we take pride in, is our diversity in all regards. It's one of our core strengths, in my opinion, and we have a opportunity to be kind of a example that the world can look at of how people of different walks can live together and get along together. So I'm always striving for sort of harmony on our council, and to get through these things in a way where we all end up coming together in the end. So yeah, I would appreciate any input on maybe a creative alternative to show our support. Stephanie, do you want to run with that? I think you were
I apologize, yeah, if I spoke over you earlier. I think the one that Councilmember Nguyen mentioned was the lighting of our clock tower. I think that is one I'd like to ask how my colleagues feel about that, as well as you expanding on that, if you'd like to.
For the lighting of the clock tower, similarly to what we do for Autism Awareness Month, we light it up blue. There's a cost associated to that. It's about $500 to $600 a week to light the flag as Public Works rents the equipment. Am I correct, Maria? So if we were able to pass this, we'd light it up for 5 days. It would be about $500 to $600. Next year, it would be $2,000 to $2,400. We do it for Autism Month. But we may open a can of worms and want to light it up different colors for something else. So just throwing that out there as well. I think that it's a more visible option. People driving down Euclid are going to see it. It's going to be lit up as a rainbow. Although I still stand by the flag policy, I see that we don't have the votes for that. I just want to make it clear that I had every intent for that to be the case. The clock tower is an alternative that I'm willing to take and that I suggested. And so I'm telling you how much it's going to cost. It'll be up for 5 days if we move it to the agenda for the next meeting. And then hopefully in the years to come, we do it for the whole month.
Quick comment. I don't believe we need to take any action on the flag policy item at all. So the absence of an action just says we have whatever policy we have on the books.
And I don't necessarily think we need to agendize
real quick.
that because the clock tower's already lit anyway, right?
Thank you. I was going to kind of go there too. So
Yeah.
the next thing is,
We could probably-
I think we can sort of fast forward this. We're already sort of midway through June. If we're going to do this, how quickly could we possibly get it lit if that was the decision to move forward? And can we do it from now till the end of the month?
Mr. Mayor, to the council members, as Councilmember Nguyen indicated, we have in the past lit up the clock tower for, I think, OC Autism Week. And so our Public Works crew has access to the equipment and lighting, and they can do that sort of thing if that's sort of the direction that council gives to the administration this evening. I don't know if it's anything that you need to particularly vote on, but by general affirmation, if people were to say, we think that's a good idea, I think it's something that the staff, we could probably do pretty quickly, even within a day or two, if that was the wishes of council. Now, when we do it for OC Autism, I think as Councilmember Nguyen indicated, it's $450, $550, something like that, dollars to do that. And in the past, since it's been somewhat experimental and we've tried it, that sort of thing, we've sort of absorbed it into our budget, is how we've handled that in the past. I don't know that we necessarily, certainly we'll follow the wishes of council, whatever you'd like us to do, but I think we have the capability to follow up on some of these things that you might be thinking about, so.
Is that something that if this is going to be recurring, is that something that if the equipment is not that expensive, instead of having to rent it every year, perhaps, and I don't know how much it is, right? If it is, not that expensive, perhaps it would be a good idea to have a stock of different color that we could use. For example, if we use the blue for the autism and the 7 color for the rainbow colors, the red and the yellow, I'm sure we can use it if in the future we want to display the Vietnamese heritage flag for a week. I think all of that is possible, but that is something that if the council want to support, I don't have any issue with it. I would support that.
I would like to see, if we're going to go down this road, and quite frankly, I'm in full support of doing something like that. I think it's more grandiose. It makes a bigger statement from the city of Garden Grove, and it doesn't diminish the American flag in my perspective. But the costs associated to it can be kind of reined in a little bit if like Councilman Bowie said, we actually purchase the equipment, because the colored lights, we can use them for the rainbow colors during that period, but then you can use them for Christmas too, to light it up different colors. Doesn't necessarily, maybe not in the same orders and whatnot, but you can use those same lights for other things. So maybe it would be more cost effective if we're going to go down that road to purchase this stuff so we can do it for
perhaps,
other.
yeah, perhaps
instead of
for
renting
this,
it.
for this very first, last, whatever week left we have in June, perhaps we could rent it. Because if it is only $500-600, it's not something that we need to worry about. But for future, then maybe we could come back and visit that at a later time to see what would make sense.
Yeah, to Councilman Bowie's point, yeah, I think our ability to respond, very quickly on the discussion right now, we could do that pretty quickly, but we would, it's, when they do autism, I think they use some portable lighting, some things like that. So what I think you're getting at is for us, on a longer-term solution, I'd want to work with our public works staff to see, we wouldn't want to just leave temporary lighting up there that, my understanding is it's movable, it could be stolen, all kinds of stuff. So I think we'd want to come to you with something that would be a little more permanent, that, as you've indicated, you could do, rainbow lighting 1 month, you could do green for St. Patrick's Day, you could do red, white, and blue on the 4th of July.
Right.
I've seen all those sort of things done, and, but you're changing the lighting a lot.
Sure.
So.
Sure. I think that, oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say, like our other policy with, community groups coming to us to waive fees. I mean, we need to talk about in the future, not tonight maybe, but, either doing permanent lighting and absorbing the cost as a city, or do we spread that over and make a nominal cost to whatever group wants to come? Because what if, we get 12 groups that want to come? Or does the city pick up the tab? I'm not opposed to that, but with the other, giving of city facilities, we usually charge that 5% of the cost. I don't know, that's something to look at from Public Works. Maybe if we bought permanent lights that were permanently mounted up high, they're there all year, what that would cost, divide it amongst 12, and if you happen to be the group that wants it for the 1 month, you're going to pay 1/12 of that cost of the lights. I'm just throwing stuff out there.
I don't know if we want to, most of these groups that want to do this are nonprofits.
Yeah.
And,
so-
autism awareness or this kind of thing, and this is the kind of thing I wouldn't mind, if we need to
Pick it up.
spend the money, let's
Yeah.
spend the money. We don't need to be charging these
So
groups.
so with that being said, I'd be in favor of actually looking at a cost for a permanent installation of high-mounted pole lights that could be just converted like that, even if we have a bit of cost up front, we'll be set up for forever, or for a while. Especially with nowadays technology with the LED lights and all that.
Yeah.
I would suggest, for sake of expediency, since we're already well into the month of the celebration or whatever, that we not overthink this, and that we just sort of pass this along to staff with
For the
direction
better
to use your best judgment and get some lights up as soon as we possibly can from now through the remainder of the month.
Pick up.
Is that a motion?
It's not a motion. I think
we're
it's,
not
I think.
We're just directing
We're just
staff.
giving
Yeah, I
direction
think-
to staff.
Yeah, I was looking back at the
Unanimous.
solicitor, I want to make
Yeah.
sure. So, as I said, the general affirmation I'm getting from the council is that go ahead and see if you can get the clock tower lit up right away, and get some lighting up there, and we start talking to our public works crew tomorrow to see if we could get the rainbow lighting up on the clock tower, and then with the expectation that we would come back to city council at a later time with some thoughts about maybe a more permanent solution that could give you some flexibility for a lot of different commemorative events and holidays and things that you might want to consider that for. So I don't know that we need more direction from you than that.
I think this is great. Perhaps on Veterans Day, we could do the
Slow down.
flag team.
Yeah, let's take this one thing at a time.
And that leaves us more flexibility with all these other
This is-
entities,
yeah.
change the lights and make it, suitable.
No, it's best that we don't. I think staff has gotten clear direction from us. And again, we thank everybody for coming out. I'd say look forward to seeing the clock tower get lit up in rainbow colors, hopefully within the next few days, or as quick as we can possibly pull it off. And thank you. What's that? Sure.
How are we going to do that?
Let's just stay together.
Yeah, we just stay for him, I think. Bring it. You guys, if you guys want to just kind of pile in here. Yeah. Hey, Tom, where are you going? Hey, Tom, where are you going?
I'm gonna take that.
Yeah.
Hey, Scott.
Right here, 1, 2, 3. Let's see, do I have? It's hard to see. I think I got it.
We see, we got through it. It only took 3 weeks, but we got something accomplished. I agree. Okay, God
Call your dad. I love him. I had it written down because I am so happy that a male parent is here supporting his daughter. But I had so many notes and I was really
Here's my card.
Get Brea. Everybody's real. Get their names from the audience. 5 minutes. Yeah. And that's it. I'm just going to tell one people, I got one of our, just going to mention one thing about that fire. We opened up one of our, I'm just going to tell the top names. But, you Hi, Scott. What's your name? Laura. My pleasure. Okay. Say hi to Carla.
I know you're sort of stuck back there, but thank you. I think we'll be back next year for the flag. We'll be organized better. Great first start. Great.
I mean, I knew
We would never have done it without you.
it was going to be rough, and I think I have the respect of my colleagues, and I think that they, although they are the way that they are, they need me, and this was one way of them needing me, even though they're not on board 100%, incremental change is important to me.
Right, and when they see the world won't end, they have the lights turned on, then it'll be easier for them next time. Yeah.
Incremental, I'm all about that.
Yeah.
I will get to the finish line one way or the other.
There you go. Thank you. All right, bye-bye.
We have to go to closed session. We have to go to closed session. It's
I
not
know,
over. He has to announce closed session. We're just letting everyone let out.
Steve, it was funny because as we were,
Terry, city attorney. Put his picture up on the
well, I was just going to say, as you were trying to wrap, I was like, yeah, I think I've got all the direction I need. I don't need, should we make, no, we don't. You were saying, no, we don't need any votes. I think they got everything. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Around policy that we have to agendize something at the next meeting. So, like, I don't want to
give yourself that flexibility. Okay.
I can easily scan this.
Alpha?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your ears are burning. I'll find out.
Okay, if you have any, give it to me.
Can't even watch YouTube.
In fact, we have to go to closed session, so we have
Yeah,
to be
no.
up here.
Information on the California Yellow Cab program.
Unrelated.
Is that what he wants in the report?
No.
I don't know.
Who was it?
Janet.
I'll take one of those.
He said, do you have a brochure?
Who said that?
Pat.
Just now?
Yeah.
Oh.
He wants to talk about it on his show.
So we'll get back together. We do have a closed session item. We're under matters. So does anyone have any burning matters that they?
I do, but
2 weeks.
understand that you guys have been on my time, so I will just do it.
Mr. Mayor, council members, I do have one item, and it's pretty relevant. So this morning, I sent everybody, we had a fire this morning at 13119 Cypress. It's actually Councilman Bowie in your district. It was, yes, so we don't do this very often, but there were, we thought originally up to 40 people that might need to be, need some relocation assistance. The Red Cross comes in, they provide long-term relocation assistance. It was 8 units. One unit had 10 people in the unit, so there were 40 people. We are working with the Red Cross, and we have opened up our West Haven Park community shelter room, the shelter room behind the new fire station. And so for either one night tonight or 2 nights max, some of those folks are going to be sleeping in some cots. The Red Cross is paying for all the costs. They're working closely with John Montanchez. There'll be 24-hour monitoring, but they may be there. I think it'll wind down pretty quickly. But when it goes over a larger number of 30, apparently we've had a kind of a long-term agreement to kind of work with the Red Cross on that. So I just wanted to let council members know we have, I've also, obviously the fire department's up to speed on it, and the police department also knows that we are trying to take care of some people for, I think, 1 night or 2 nights max. So I just wanted to pass that on to council members.